and and else, like you're taking an order. And I said, well, no, that's it, pretty much. If I get close to Jesus, everything else will be okay. And this time I have a better relationship with Him. And of course, healing or whatever takes place is amazing. I thank Jesus for it. And he said, okay, baptize you. And instead of baptizing, just baptize you, and that was it.
What did they say? In the name of Jesus?
Yeah, they said the name of Jesus, but
Or did they say
it
Father,
was,
Son, and Holy Ghost?
no, they said the name of Jesus.
Okay.
And, but I want to share this with you. It just felt cold, like I was a number.
Looked like
And
he
I
was at
didn't feel that way
McDonald's.
the first one. Like it was just a assembly line.
Yeah.
Now, when I watched Ramona, the women, see, those three men were kind of strange, and they were just laughing and kind of cutting up right after the baptizing. It was really strange. And so I just thought it was odd. I won't go to that pool no more. If I go back, I'll go to a different pool. I did like the ones in the back better. I felt like the Lord told me to try to use one of them, but I went ahead and went up front because me and Ramona going. It was really weird. And again, anytime Ramona's in anything, it's really weird. So they asked me if I needed communion before I go get dunked. I said, well, I done communion today. I'm good. And I appreciate it. I just didn't feel led to do their communion.
Weird.
And I didn't see the cracker. All I seen was, the blood, the juice. I didn't see the body. So they just had the cups. I might be wrong, but that's all I saw. And I'm not saying it's bad or good. It was just different. And also,
When I did it there, they gave you a wafer separate from the drink.
Yeah, when I looked over there, all I saw was the cups. Now, they might have had the wafers somewhere else, so God bless them. I just already took the meeting. I was good. But Ramona, it was so odd because of her. Now, also, so I think what the enemy did, Jim, is anybody he can use in the back to irritate me. So then they gave me the wrong gear. I had to go change my shirt, get a different size. They sent me all the way back up front, which is a long walk, no problem. And I'm thankful, I got my shirt. I said, no, you can't go in this room, you can't go in that room. I said, man, what would you like me to do? I'm just trying to change shirts on the wrong side. You need to go back to the locker room. Okay, no worries, man, I appreciate it. Very kind of snappy. And I'm like,
Wow.
it really shocked me. So the enemy was trying to use whoever he could during the baptism. I just kind of ignored it, but I just wanted telling you about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I fought my way through it. I got baptized in Jesus' name, and I was very thankful. But it was a fight, Jim. So why is that happening there? Why is it a fight to go get baptized with the people that work there? And I'm just standing there. I'm literally just standing there. Ma'am, sir, I'm being the guys in the back were very nice, but a lot of the women there were not nice. It was really odd. Then when I got to pool, the few guys in the pool as a group were very cold. It was not near as good as the first one. I'm thankful for the baptism. The dunking of the water.
Oops.
But building up to that is so odd. And then her.
go. Here we go. Here we go. Again. Let's see.
And with its technology and its influence and its resources. However, a great cataclysm had come which had wiped it out. This cataclysm completely devastated the world order at the time, and it has taken us almost 12,000 years to get back to where we were 12,000 years ago, at least according to Templar understanding. Civilization is fragile. It's something that can fall apart at any time. All it takes is a comet or a major asteroid or a major solar flare hitting our planet to wipe out all technologies that we have. This would very quickly, within only a matter of months, cause the destruction and the death of over 80% of the population of the planet. The Templars understand this, and so within the Templar traditions today are programs to ensure that each Templar initiate has studied the arts and the sciences and the keys to preserve civilization. So should civilization fall apart again, Templars have the keys to rebuild civilization, to rebuild social order, to set up new government systems, just as in the past with the understanding of Kabbalah and how it was set up on 3 pillars, two representing extremes and a third middle pillar representing the balance of these two. In the same way,
since you're a woman asking, treat your husband like a dog. What do you do to earn loyalty from a dog? You pet them, you feed them, you tell them they're a good boy. And that's going to be the most loyal dog you'll ever have. And they're going to love you. And the dog doesn't require anything. He's just going to come in and start petting and he's going to come in and be wagging a tail and everything. And you don't require anything of your dog. You just start loving them. You start petting them. That's my advice. That's my advice. I have a couple books on it. What's the hold on. Oh, please. It's called His Needs, Her Needs. I'm a big believer in that book. It's a little old-fashioned, but I'm a huge believer in that. Mrs. Coleman and I read that during the rocky time in our marriage, and it was excellent. Excellent. First ever super chat. Just happened to catch Baron live while on vacation with the family in Nashville. Go Backs! Christ is King indeed. Thank you for all you do to bring us factual information. Appreciate you. I do my best. And when needed, I make corrections. Hopefully it's not often we need them. Finally made Tier 1 membership. Thanks, Baron, for all you and Daisy do. There should only be one tier of membership. I didn't know there was more. You're welcome. You're welcome. Christ is King indeed. From the beginning, when I saw the evil expression on RC's face, could the gadget he had under his sleeve have sent a signal to a detonator? Maybe. I don't know. If David Hull is corrupt, don't worry. David Hull was promoted into a position where he would have to investigate David Hull.
What the?
Oh, really? I just want to know where he's from. Like, are you from Australia, mate? New Zealand, mate? You a Kiwi? You British? You fundamentally British?
Wait.
If I were to give memberships, can someone explain how to do it and how it works? I'm not super tech savvy. I'm not either. I think when you click the little $sign, when you're given a, when you're in your comment section, you click $sign, I think one of the options is to give a membership. I really don't know. I have given them, so I know I've been able to figure it out in the past. I have dropped members. I had a conversation with, well, I won't say who. I don't know that he wants me to out him for having this conversation. But we talked about supporting other creators and people supporting us. And I said, buddy, it's essential Because if you don't support the people you like, they can't afford to do this. And if you, so I said, I make a monthly budget. And I write down when I give somebody a gift. I gave one last night to Dom. I don't give it to him. That comes off the list. And I have a monthly budget. And I try to, make sure if I'm watching a show and I realize I haven't given to the show in 2 or 3, 4 weeks, I'll drop a little gift. And that's the budget does two things. A, it keeps me from giving too much. Because support a family. But it also keeps me from not giving enough because I got to support creators. I got to make sure the people that are providing content that I'm helping them out, so that they can continue to provide good content. 2, Dan Flood's signals. Get ready, set, go. Roger. Have you looked at after Utah flights to see if security flew for debrief of Charlie's unaliving? OPS always debrief. We've looked at every flight we can find. Yeah, we're flight lookers. Hi, everyone. Glad to be a member for 5 months. Love you, Baron Family Crisis King and D. Thank you for your 5 months of membership. I genuinely appreciate it. Hope everyone has a blessed day. Like, subscribe, and buy some awesome merch. Become a member if you can. We're doing our best. I noticed a lot of these that came in before I started. 3, guy half hiding a gun was loitering around while they waited for 2 or 3 others to walk around looking. What? I don't know. I know who you're talking about. Thank you for being such a good role model. What a father and grandfather looks like for my son. Love from Carvel family in Australia, mate. Christ is king indeed. The best Australian I got. Let's go, B. The gospel today was very important. Keep going with the truth. We need you. Let's toss the weeds into a fiery furnace. Truth will prevail. Yeah, Priest gave a good homily today on the weeds and the wheat. It was good. It was good. He said some things I hadn't heard before. It was well done. Speaking of weeds, started smoking weed when I was 14. I'm now 44 and desperately want to quit, but I can't. It's starting to affect my income, and as a single mother, I have to find the willpower. Please pray for me as I try to get sober. Love you guys. Christ is King indeed. I think one of the cruel mistruths of our generation is that marijuana is not addictive. It very much is. I only follow, and thank you for that, very kind. I only follow truth tellers. One is Julian Dory. He's pushing the hardest on the Einstein files. Glad to hear you may be joining him on his podcast. Yeah, we spoke for an hour, maybe an hour and a half the other day. Talked about a lot. Sharp guy. Enjoyed speaking with him quite a bit. I wanted to get a little idea about his worldview and background. I think he wanted the same for me, and I think we'll try to make a show work in the not too distant future. So, can't say precisely when, but I think in the not too distant future we'll do a show. And I think it'll be good when we do. I think it'll be good. Baron, your number one fan in Dominican Republic here. What do you think about TR being in custody before 3 p.m. on 9/11? Love you so much. I expect my number one fan to know my thoughts on it. I've given a lot of content. I think it's highly possible. Before 3 p.m., that's an awfully specific time. So, I don't know that I can say with certainty before 3 p.m. I feel pretty confident saying before 6 p.m. And I know that the phrase early afternoon has been used by the family, and I don't know how you interpret that. That's kind of subjective. But thank you. And truth must prevail. What's done in the dark will always come to light. Always, you say? Always? Can the judge be compelled to make a statement of fact about the alleged HD 4K video to set the record straight? No, he cannot. No, he cannot. Purple. I don't know what that means. I know you talk about this stuff. Gar Beat is completely unhinged. The Noble's house at 12:45. I don't know. I can't say that with any certainty. I'll tell you who I won't ask that question to is Andrew Corvette. He just lied to me. He would lie to me like he lied about. Well, I'll leave it to your imagination whether he would tell the truth.
Charlie Kirk, who was on a campus nearby.
I'll be honest, these guys don't seem particularly torn up. This is This is in the immediate aftermath of the taking down of Charlie Kirk. I mean, this is like, I don't know, could be as little as an hour, maybe 2 hours at the most. I mean, I think I was more torn up sitting at this very desk in Middle Tennessee. I don't believe, ever met Charlie Kirk. I went back and looked through a bunch of old pictures of me at events just to see if I had ever met him. I don't think I did, ever met him. I saw a lot of weird pictures in there as I was flipping back through them. But they don't, I'll let you see this again. They don't seem particularly torn up. They're just sort of moseying. Mikey looks like he's playing Words with Friends. He's just kind of playing Words with Friends there.
Republican activist Charlie Kirk, who was on.
Danny Phillip just moseying like he's heading to English 101. Got to go see what Professor Sampson has to say today about the Iliad.
A campus nearby talking to students, as he frequently does. He is the leader of the Republican Youth Movement. President Trump called him instrumental in getting him reelected as president. There was a shooting today, and Charlie Kirk's representatives can.
Anyway, bald man with three passengers. Question. We made a point the other day to point out that the only two people in the place that were affiliated with TPUSA that we could find that had backpacks on were actually there were three, but the only two men were Mikey and Danny. They still have their backpacks on. Like, you obviously came to the hospital in a car. You can't leave the backpack in a car. You couldn't leave the backpack in a car that was 10 feet away from you at the event. It was right there. It was open. It was literally right there. Frank Turek allegedly left his bag in a car. Anyway, I just wanted you to know we found a bald man with three passengers. That's funny. It was uploaded at 2:17 p.m., so it had to be recorded before that. And it appeared to be B-roll, so you would think it wasn't live footage. So you would think it's sometime before 2:17. So you're talking inside of an hour and a half, maybe earlier than that. They don't look particularly torn up, if I'm being honest. Now I want to play a witness. I don't know whether to believe this witness or not, but I do want to play a little bit of this because we're going to bounce off of this and try to think if this helps our timeline at all that we're going to talk about today. I don't want to spend an excessive amount of time about this. So I'm not going to play the whole thing. I think I'm going to play like the first 2 minutes. But this is somebody who claims that they were an eyewitness to the arrival of Charlie Kirk. So it was brought to my attention, and I remembered seeing this when somebody said, hey, you did a show and you were speculating Charlie may not have been at the hospital at all. But there was at least one person a couple of months afterwards who claimed to have been an eyewitness, recorded a video, and walked back to the scene. And I thought, oh, I remember that now. So we tracked it down. It was on Project Constitution's page. He was kind enough to put this video up, so I'm going to let it roll and tell you just a little bit, if this guy's being honest, what it means.
So they head north, the first one. And they pull in right over here where it says ambulance. Right here. Then go around over here to the front where it says surgery. And then I was parked right here. And when they pulled in here, some dude gets out in the back. Some dude's in the back, like of the SUV, has like a white hat on, and he gets out from the, I don't know what the fuck he's doing in the back.
Sorry for the language, guys.
No, not like in the back seat. He's in the back. Like the hatch of the SUV opens up. Dude gets out. Driver gets out. He's bald-headed dude.
Now that's another bald-headed guy. A lot of follically challenged TPUSA officials on the ground that day. So what he's describing is, and he doesn't really describe too much more. He doesn't talk about them getting Charlie out or anything, but he talks about the guy with the hat getting out, the guy with the and I'm going to fast forward just a little bit here because then he starts talking about something else. But he talks about the guy in the back. That would be Frank Turek, the bald-headed guy. That would be, I think his name's Justin. And so you have at least an accurate description of where everybody was. Now, it's possible that by the time this guy had seen this video footage, or that decided to record this video footage, he had seen the footage of Frank Turek jumping in the back. He'd heard the discussion about who was where. He knew that Justin Davis, the bald-headed guy, was driving, and there was video available. You remember, probably most terrifyingly well-known footage was from Terrell Farnsworth, the incredibly creepy, very suspect, very suspicious footage that he filmed. Somehow, when the bang went off, Terrell Farnsworth knew precisely where to go stand to film Charlie Kirk being taken to the SUV. We still don't know to this day, and no one's bothered to ask him and get him on the record saying, how did you know where to stand? How did you know precisely where to stand? How did you know they were going to take him that way and not call an ambulance? But that's neither here nor there. So he describes that. Now he describes Mikey McCoy showing up.
It's that table they throw your ass on and then wheel you in. That thing. Now, here's where I'm at. This is where I'm parked. About 4 minutes later, let's see. 9:44. Yeah, about 5. I don't know. No, I do know. Let's just say up to 5. Another SUV pulls in, okay? But this SUV passes me right here. That's why I keep saying it looked like Mikey McCoy. And then this one, because at the time that this is happening, I'm eating my cheeseburger and fries and a milkshake, and
Yeah, see, this is the thing eyewitnesses don't get. We don't care what you eat. Just tell us where people went. And honestly, I was eating my cheeseburger, fries, and milkshake made me think, man, is this guy LARPing? Like, is he just adding details for the sake of adding? But I'm going to let him go for a second. And then I'll explain, I think, if he doesn't get to the point quickly, I'll explain what he's saying.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
All right, I'm going to stop it. I forgot I forgot to cuss this much. Basically what he says is Mikey McCoy goes around to the other side of the building, and some guy, he doesn't go in, he parks over by the physician parking, and somebody from inside the hospital comes out, gets in the car with Mikey, and they leave. So if that happens, we don't believe it would have been Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole describes being on top of the stretcher, cutting off Charlie Kirk's shirt, and ordering doctors around and telling them what to do. Fantastical, but that's what he says he's doing. We don't believe it's Frank Turek because Frank Turek describes being at the hospital the entire time and needing scrubs and all this other stuff. So we don't believe it's Frank Turek, which leaves Justin, the driver, and Dan Flood, assuming it's someone who came with Charlie. Justin, the driver, and Dan Flood, and then they leave. One of the two of them leaves, assuming it's someone with the original party. Question is, where would they be going 3 or 4 minutes after they dropped Charlie off? Why are they in such a hurry? Where are they headed? And where's Mikey McCoy headed? So I don't know if this story's true or not. If it's true, it's a data point that we got to think about and try to figure out what exactly is going on, because at this point you got to realize Mikey has no idea what's going on. He didn't even see Charlie fall off the chair. All he did was turn, walk away, and start calling people and telling them, oh, there's a lot of blood, there's a lot of blood. I still don't know how he knew that. He left before the blood showed up. So, if this guy's telling the truth, I think there's some legitimate questions that are given to Mikey McCoy and then either Justin or Dan. Like, where were you headed? Where did you go? If it wasn't Justin or Dan, there's an even bigger question. Who got in the car with you, Mikey? You showed up. Somebody came in from inside the hospital and left. It was just a few minutes after they got there. And we get some kind of an idea, too, of potentially how much time they made up by going, as Brian Harpole described, 60, 80, 100 miles an hour and breaking intersections. Sounds like they made up about 4 minutes. Okay, I'll allow that. But where were they headed? And who got in the car? We presume it wasn't Charlie that got in the car. That would be weird if it was. But we presume it wasn't Charlie that got in the car. It's worth noting. I'm not suggesting this plane did anything wrong, but it's worth noting that plane that in the first 24 hours to 48 hours after the event at UVU happened, that there was a plane in 888 Kilo Golf that took off from Orem, Utah, not terribly long, or Provo, Utah airport, not terribly long after the Charlie Kirk event. and then turned its ADS-B transponder off, disappeared from radar, presumably landed somewhere or turned around and came back, but came back and turned its ADS-B transponder back on the way back to Provo and then landed. And we still don't know where that plane...
Yo,
What you doing, buddy?
driving.
I figured that. What you driving?
I think
Driving
it's
Uber?
called- Nah, yeah, I'm DoorDashing.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Same thing to me.
Yeah,
I was checking to see how church went.
it was good. But we had a witch curse the podium. I got sick.
Wow.
It happens. It's happened to me before. That's how I knew what it was. And then I knew who it was because she actually called during the service.
Wow.
Yeah, it
That's
happens.
nuts.
So when I first started preaching, about a year in, there was a church in Stockbridge. They wanted my friend to preach there, but he woke up sick, and
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
and then then I got sick while I was preaching. But the lady that did it, she died. Yeah, because I guess she had cursed with death is what she did. Because how I know that is because I got so sick and the other guy got so sick that it definitely would have killed one person.
Right.
So it was spread out instead. I mean, I was super sick. I was almost that sick today. But then once I realized what had happened, then I blessed that lady and all her witch friends, all her friends that are witches. I blessed them all with that big blessing, you know. And then right after that, I was better. So
What were you feeling? What type of sickness were you feeling?
I was about to throw up, coughing up a bunch of like just giant loogies. Yeah, giant amount of phlegm. About to throw up. And then it was probably going to be phlegm, more than likely, was coming, because that's what was coming out already. And then had diarrhea, and I was super sleepy, just like the last time. Exactly the same thing. The last time it happened, same thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I mean that's what they do. So
Yeah.
but it's their problem, not mine, because the blessing's going to come back to me and the curse is going to go to them.
Right.
And I don't want that to happen.
Right.
I can't die or stay sick. Plus I took communion, so it wasn't going to be able to alight anyway, because the communion is, so the bread is for the healing of the body. So when you take the bread, your body's healed, if you believe it.
Right.
So, and then the blood is for the wine is for the forgiveness of sins. So if you believe that, then you're forgiven.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah. Me too.
You haven't preached.
Yeah, I preached Colossians
Did you preach?
chapter 1. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Colossians chapter 1 is what I preached. Yeah, it was good. Glory to God. How'd it go with you?
Oh my God, man. I did, so I sang, with they pay a guy $100 a week to play piano there.
Right. Young
And
guy.
it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, the guy's good. And he's always there, always on time. And, I play.
Cool. Dope. Oh yeah, for sure. Go. Cool. Where was that at?
He brought that.
Where was that at?
At the church.
Okay, wow. That's
Daniel
cool.
cooked an 8-pound Boston butt. And then I brought the buns, potato chips, and barbecue sauce. And then other people brought like baked beans, turnip greens, potato salad, like homegrown sliced tomatoes,
Oh.
baked pies.
How many people were there?
I bet it was over 30.
Cool.
Yeah, I bet it was over 30. And then we're all eating downstairs. Church is similar to your church, you know, it's got the downstairs.
Yeah.
And when we were doing when we were eating, Grip had everybody come around and say their name, tell something about the show.
Cool.
Introduce themselves.
Yeah, that's good.
It was really good. Grip's message was about Stephen
Cool.
and Acts, but he did not tell he didn't tell the best sermon ever told.
You didn't read the whole thing, huh?
No, so he read, like he stopped at that point. And so we're doing the whole book of Acts because we're trying to revive the church. And so they're just like, they're going through Acts, and every week whoever preaches is talking about in Acts, and he tied it up together with a bunch of stuff. And next week is when Stephen tells his sermon and gets stoned.
Right on.
So it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, it was good, very good.
Stephen's my favorite preacher.
And I want to actually ask her if they'll let me read it. So
Cool. Yeah, he's the only preacher you can trust 100%.
Oh, Rick?
No,
Steven. Yeah, 100% Steven, yeah.
because that man, he ain't playing. He don't care what you do. He
that's
gonna
right.
tell you.
That is true. And that's 100% true.
I'll tell you about Kairos.
Kairos, you told me, I don't know if you about it.
So, Tom was going to this church. They're having a revival. And Tommy said he was going to go with them. And he wanted me to watch the sermon. And so, when God wants me to do it, he likes me to write everything down, emotional-wise. What emotion? What spirit do I see? Because that's what emotions are.
Yeah.
And so,
Right. It's a good way to do it, honestly.
And I also do this. I write down how many times they say Jesus, how many times they say Jesus Christ, how many times they say any other spirit name, like Yahweh, for instance. And so,
Right.
so this day they said Jesus 3 times, Yahweh 12 times, Jesus Christ 1 time, and then it had on the screen Kairos 3 times. And
yeah, you told me about it. You told me about this. But
so I
tell
looked
me
it
more.
up.
Tell me again.
So first thing I did was say to Google, is Kairos associated with any planet or star? And it came back, it was associated with Saturn. And it said the right way to say it is Chronos. And I was like, oh. So basically, they got Satan written on the stage 3 times, and they know it.
What were they talking about? What was the context of it?
Divine timing for your, basically, what do you call it?
It's basically like providence.
Yeah, divine timing for your blessing monetarily. See what I'm saying? Yeah, because it was a, because they're a, what do you call it? Church.
Yeah, prosperity gospel.
Prosperity gospel. Right. And so, man, everybody that has come out of that says that they're all worshiping devils to get that money.
I believe.
Also, there's something else I learned. So, you know how they said, Jesus said, Satan can't be against himself or else, you know, his kingdom will fall, his house will fall. So, what they can do, what a false healer can do that's healing, but not with Jesus. They can say Jesus, but they're really working for Satan, and they can take a demon out of somebody and put it into another person. But you can't send it to hell or do anything bad to it. All they can do is move it.
They do a sideways, a lateral move.
Yes, that's
You
right.
can't send them to heaven, and they don't send them to hell, so they do a lateral move.
Right.
What's funny is that I was telling Crockett about if these jobs, Crockett's job is tough, man. He's not making as much money as we are, and he's working just as hard.
Yeah.
You know, but he, you know, it's frustrating. Sometimes they're tough on you, and I told him, I said, don't quit your job. If you do, you can't go all the way to the bottom. You got to go either sideways or up.
Right.
But that's why I said that about a lateral move. If they can move it lateral, but they can't move it up, or they can't move it up, and they're not moving it down.
Yeah.
But as far as work goes, like if you quit DoorDash and you decide to go to Uber Eats, that's fine. But if you quit DoorDash and you go work for a Chinese food restaurant, it's not. That seems like you may be moving down. I don't know, but you got to move sideways or up.
Yeah.
That's what I told Crockett to do too.
Yeah, that's smart.
Stick it out for now, and you know, if you find something, you know, you can. I also told him that if he said he wants to be a mechanic, I told him if he'd go online and find out how much it is.
Hey, hold on just a minute. I gotta go to this door real quick. And I tried to put the headset in, but it didn't work.
Still don't know where that plane went. We have a statement from the owner of the plane saying all
Yeah.
Hey. So, I want to tell you one more thing, though. That witch,
Right.
the one that was cursing us today, she also cursed Tommy a couple days ago, and he had the same thing. He coughed up a loogie the size of a softball. Or no, he threw up. It was in his stomach, actually. Now, she's a musician at a church.
That's the lady, yeah, that works for them.
Well, she got fired.
Yeah. She did work with him.
Yeah, she did work with him. Yes.
Why's she coming after him?
Because I know exactly why. Here's what the deal is. She told him right after she got baptized, she said, you know, I have friends that are witches that I can get to curse anybody I want. And I can win this court case by getting them to do something for me. And then Tommy said, this is why she's doing it, because of what Tommy said next. Well, you know that I have authority over all that through the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So no witchcraft can do anything to me, because I take authority over all of it in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So that's why she decided to do it. She didn't curse me. She cursed the pulpit. But she thought Tommy would be there, is what she also thought. But he wasn't. He didn't get up there at all. I felt something when I was singing. I was like, something's wrong. Something's not right. I don't know exactly what's going on. But that's what happened the last time too. This time, I figured it out quicker. It took me a whole day to figure it out last time. But that's why she did it, because Tommy basically challenged her without...
Is that the right thing to do?
I don't really know. I think probably your best bet is to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I would say. I'm not
Tommy
saying
doesn't-
I asked.
Tommy
Okay,
doesn't know how to do that.
Okay, so I asked because my first inclination, I think it's right,
Inclination.
is just keep my cards close to the vest.
Right. Tommy don't do that. He doesn't play poker. He plays, here's my cards.
He said, boy, who wants the vest?
Yeah. Yep. But,
Jesus kept his cards close to the vest.
yes.
What I mean by that is he said parables,
Yeah. That's right.
and somebody asked him a question. He usually answered it in a way that would make them think and try to figure it out themselves instead of just putting it out there. Like when they asked him, are you the king of the Jews? And he said, you have said I am. Or they say, are you the Son of God? Or
Yeah, are you the Son of God?
you have said I am.
Yeah.
So,
Be as peaceful as a dove
yeah,
and as subtle as a snake.
yeah.
But Tommy doesn't have a lot of discretion. That's the problem. But it's kind of good because he's ignorant, naive, and no discretion. So basically, he sets them up without even knowing it, because God's doing it. God basically sends Tommy all over the place, and he's just thinking he's just having a good time. I'm just having a good time. I'm not. There's nothing to fight. There's no warfare in the spirit here or nothing. We're just having fun. And then the witches see his naivete and say, well, surely this man is living in iniquity. And then they try to curse him, and then they get messed up. He went to a warehouse out in Conyers. Remember this? And less than a week later, the whole thing burnt to the ground. Because he saw a whole bunch of iniquity in that warehouse. He's like, this place is a hazardous place. I'm never coming back here no matter what, because this place will make me sick. There's chemicals everywhere, chemical spills everywhere. And then he told his boss, I'm never going back there because it's dangerous. And then the place burnt to the ground.
Wow.
Yeah.
There remember a warehouse in Conyers burning to the ground, but I didn't know he was the one that.
He didn't do nothing.
Wow.
He just looked at it. All he did was look at it. And they cursed him because he said, y'all are in violation of 100 laws.
Burned it down. I wasn't talking about that.
Oh yeah, I'm just
It
saying.
sounded like he was the one that burned it down. He didn't burn
Right.
it down.
And he didn't wish any ill on him either, is what I'm
Just
saying.
wasn't going back there.
He's just looking, God's looking at everything he looks at. And when God finds
Right.
the iniquity, he holds them liable. Like he did that.
God.
And those people tried to kill him too. They poisoned him. That company he worked for. He was sick for like 2 weeks.
Anyway, God is good. That's for sure. He's doing a lot.
Yep.
So, you know the story I told you the other day about me, 40 days?
Yeah.
I need to encourage Daniel. Daniel is going into his 4th day of no nicotine.
Wow.
I need to encourage him. I might talk to him about it.
Right on. So I would bet that thing that came to you was probably generational.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
100%.
he's probably been following our bloodline for a long time. I preached that one time. I preached about that one time. A couple of times I have. But one time when I preached it, a guy was like, yeah, I got him. I got me some wet trains. It's fun. I was like, okay. Think you missed the
I
point.
had a similar dream about when I quit tobacco. I had a similar dream about tobacco. And I think it's an addiction spirit.
I had that same dream about some chicken wings. I ain't gonna lie. Remember I told
Did
you
you
about
really?
it? I really did. It was JJ's chicken.
What was it?
I just had a dream that I was eating chicken, you know. And it was JJ's chicken. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think I'm addicted to JJ's chicken. Seriously. Huh. Huh. Crazy. That's amazing. Oh, okay, right. So they give him a script. Dope. Yeah, sounds like it.
So exactly with the James Altman guy, the guy who gave me these books, all of what he was upset about, and why he was, I don't know if he was just removed from the church or if he was fully excommunicated, or not, but I digress. It's like, it could just be that there are priests in the church that are of the body of Christ, and that there's some, I mean, obviously there's some that aren't, because there's priests that molest little kids and stuff.
Yeah.
So, or secretly gay, or like practicing.
Have you ever heard of the Dagon hat?
Yeah, you
The
talked about
mitre?
the fish hat of Pope.
Yeah. It's called a mitre. Yeah, that's interesting. So, that's, a lot of people say they're pagans, basically, when you get up in the top of it. They're worshiping all the other gods.
Yeah. Well, but that would be kind of like, that would be the kind of the point of the scripture is like, yeah, there's people, there's definitely going to be some tares inside of the Catholic Church, but there's very well some wheat as well, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah. Well, I had a witch curse me today, and I got sick, but then I realized what had happened, and I prayed a blessing on her and her witch friends, and then I got immediately healed. But what happened is, it's one of Tommy's friends, and they told Tommy last week, they said the person's going to court, and they want Tommy to be a witness for them, and Tommy's like, I ain't gonna be a witness unless you get deliverance, because I don't want to be talking to you anymore unless you get deliverance. And so the person went and got baptized with Tommy, and then on the way home, the person said to Tommy, I can get my witch friends to make it where I win the court case. I don't need you. And then, a couple days ago, Tommy got real sick and threw up a giant loogie. Giant phlegm, ball of phlegm, like as big as a basketball. Not a basketball, a softball. And then so what he did was he said, I send whatever this is to the foot of Jesus. Jesus, you inspect it, and then you do whatever you got to do with it, but take it away from me in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He threw up, and then he walked outside because he felt better, and she was driving by. And then today, while I was preaching, she called. And so that's how I knew who it was. Because basically they confirmed it twice. So they cursed Tommy, and then they cursed the podium is what they did. Because I had this happen before, and it was the exact same thing. Exact same thing. I got a lot of phlegm. I almost threw up, and what else? Oh, and I had diarrhea and nausea, like, sleepiness. I was sleepy, and that's what happened the last time somebody did that. I went to a church. My friend was supposed to preach at this church, and I was gonna go watch him, and then he got sick and he couldn't go, and so I went. And they said, since you're here and your friends are here, you can preach. And then I preached, and I got sick while I was preaching, and God told me to curse the podium. And he didn't I don't think he told me who it was, but then the guy, my friend that was supposed to preach, I told him about it, and he's like, "Oh, I know who it was. It was so. She was there in the service, and then she 2 weeks later. So that's what, because touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. So she touched me and the other guy, tried to kill one of us. She's trying to kill him because she was in love with him and he would not be with her. And he knew she was a witch.
The one with Tommy?
No, the other. His name's Mark. I don't think you've met him before. Possible you have, but I don't think so. But yeah, his dad was a preacher. He's a preacher, but he doesn't have a church. But he is a preacher, like it's just real natural for him to preach. His uncle's a preacher. Yep, Church of God something. I can't remember if it's Church of God in Christ. I think that's what it's called. Church of God in Christ in Mableton, Georgia. His uncle preaches there. Roger Burdett. But anyway, that was crazy. Glory to God. I'm all better now. I prayed for them for a blessing, and then the sickness left me. That was pretty bad.
That's good.
Yeah.
I haven't ran into a witch in a while, as far as like having to like deal with them on a regular basis.
Yeah, I haven't either. But they're around.
Tommy sure does know how to pick them.
Tommy's just naive, and God is always looking through Tommy's eyes. And wherever he goes, if the place is not right, it will be in trouble. And like he went to this warehouse, and it was very hazardous. And so he told this is when he was working at a chemical company. And he was working at a company that cleans barrels for chemical companies. So he'd go get all these barrels and bring them back to the warehouse, and then they would clean them, and he just moved them around. But he went to this warehouse in Conyers, and it was very hazardous. And he told the guy that owned it, he's like, "You need to clean this place up. There's violations everywhere here." And then Tommy told his boss, "I don't want to ever go back there because it's dangerous." And then less than a week later, the whole thing burnt to the ground. Yeah, it was a big thing. It was a big industrial hazard, the fire, because it was a chemical fire.
Oh, was that the one out by Conyers?
Yep. But that's what happens. Where Tommy goes, and they're not doing right, he won't know it all the way. But Jesus will recognize it and do something to them if they ain't doing right. So not everybody's in trouble. But he's not really. He drinks milk. do it no matter what. Because I was like, if you don't do it, then you're denying the Holy Ghost. So I would do it. And one time I went to Jehovah's Witness. Only like 1 or 2 people. There'll be like 300-400 people, and only 1 or 2 people are going to do it. Because they're the only ones that are qualified. And so I was sitting there and I was talking to Jesus. I'm like, Jesus, I'm about to do this. I'm about to do this because I'm not going to deny the Holy Ghost. And they're about to pass it to me, Jesus. If you don't tell me not to, I'm going to do it. And then he said, don't do it. And I said, why? He said, because if you do, you're going to freak everybody out in here. And everybody's going to go crazy. And that's not of God to make that happen.
Says they don't allow people to do it if they're not Catholic. And I said, I shushed her, and then I went up and did it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, don't tell everybody I'm not Catholic. Right?
Well, I've never been explicitly told by a priest that I can't do it if I'm not Catholic. I just kind of know it's a thing, but now if I had ever gone to if I had went there and the priest said, hey, if you're not saved, sanctified, and full of the Holy Ghost and Catholic, then you can't take it, or you shouldn't take it, then I wouldn't do it, maybe, but.
Right on. I don't know what I would do if I went to Catholic church at this point. But I have taken it at a lot of churches.
Yeah. I took it. I think the last time I had communion was with you. So.
Wow.
So it's been a hot minute.
Yeah. Y'all should just buy some stuff like you used to buy. Just do it.
Yeah.
Every day. Buy some juice and the crackers. Huh. All right. The moon is about the 5th day. So how's the weather up there?
It's been really humid, and there's been some like forest fires up in Canada.
Oh yeah.
We've been getting the smoke from there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
But hopefully that'll all go down. It wasn't too bad today. It was supposed to, my mom was like, oh, it's gonna be really bad up there. So she made us like take like
How close does your mom live now?
She's an hour and a half away.
Okay.
We've been going there on the weekend to see her.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And probably gonna go up there next weekend, and then hopefully we'll take a weekend or 2 off. But yeah.
And your sister lives by her, or she lives by you?
Oh, they live. My sisters both live in the same house. Basically, it's basically like a triplex.
Okay.
Essentially.
With your mom? Your mom is there too?
Yeah. Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom lives in one. My 2 sisters live in the other one.
Okay, gotcha.
Basically.
Makes sense. Who owns it? Your mom?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I got Tina calling me. God bless y'all in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
God bless you too. I gotta hop in the shower, so we'll talk to you later.
Okay. God bless you, Tammy. Peace.
Bye.
Bye. Hey.
Hey,
What
I
up?
ain't gonna fix that.
No?
No, it's between me and you and Mickey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 'cause he can put that 8.
Are they done 8?
Yeah, they McDonald's.
Okay. What you gonna eat?
I don't know, I'll always keep it home maybe put the egg sandwich or whatever.
Okay.
Or soup or something.
Okay.
I ain't really hungry right now, no way.
I'm gonna come by and get one of them donuts if I ever bring me over there.
What we gonna do?
All right. Well, I love you.
And I love you.
Okay. Okay. God bless
Told
you.
me that when we come back, you go to Kroger's, get us a piece, but it ain't that. We just, oh, you know, he said he would, but we'll get on his way back. You
Yeah.
know. All right. I love you.
Love you too. God bless you.
I was we got mad. We got to the dog for a walk in the woods.
Mickey did.
Yes, he said, why'd you go to walk in the woods? I said, because I'm more too. He said, well, Sulfur don't need to be out there. She got down on her skin. I said, yeah, but I wasn't thinking about that. They want to go out there, so I took them.
Yeah. All right.
Tell them, dude. Calm down a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't that stupid? Her skin is not getting better, but it ain't going to be out there.
All right. Well, I love you.
She's in her front yard, so love you too.
Okay. God bless you.
I love you.
Love
I miss
you.
you.
Okay. I'll talk to you
Me
in
too.
a little bit.
Oh.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna need an energy drink tonight. Definitely don't want to drink that, but I might have to. 'Cause I gotta make some money
Evidently,
tonight.
this suspect was at Utah Valley and left, and maybe heading towards Tim for OCH. We can get a detective at each one of those locations at the front entrance of either the ER or the building to see where, if he comes to one of those locations.
So the transcript's not exactly right. He had somebody at Utah Valley Hospital looking for Charlie Kirk, and they don't know if he's going to Timpanogos Hospital or the other hospital in the area. So they're telling people, hey, be on the lookout. Something suspicious happened. We've got to make sure nobody else is in danger here. So that's how this whole thing kicks off. This is the beginning of somebody going hospital to hospital looking. Now, the times you're looking at are Eastern times on the screen here. So this next one we're going to play is going to be, it's going to say 4:49 Eastern, but the reality is 3:49, or 2:49 rather, Mountain Time. 2:49 Mountain Time. I think it's important to remember that. Here's the next piece here.
TJ. So it's 1014, the guy that's at the current South 2J address that they are wanting watched is a Soraya Qureshi. He drives a red Toyota Corolla.
Okay.
Sorry, it's actually black, 2016. They last hit on clock last night in Provo on Center Street.
Dallin, can you put that out on our group so we can look it up? The spelling of his name?
I'll put that out. This info came in the CAD. Someone called in and said that he posted something on social media about something he wanted to do to Charlie.
I'm gonna pause it there. The reason Zechariah Qureshi came onto the police radar was not because he was going hospital to hospital looking for Charlie Kirk. It was because he had posted something to social media, allegedly, pursuant to what we just heard on the police radio, that he wanted to do something to Charlie Kirk. That's why he ended up on the police radar. That's the guy they're looking for. They're talking about his home address. They're talking about his car, what kind of car he drives. They're talking about where it was last spotted on flock cameras, which frankly should be terrifying to all of us. Now we will continue.
Okay, so I got a picture of another picture of suspect, and we're going to get a picture of a vehicle, and that's what we're going to be looking for at any of the 3 locations that we're going to right now.
My spouse is doing some Facebook stalking, and it looks like that dude is actively deleting posts on Facebook.
So this makes it look even more suspicious. If you say you want to do something to someone, and then something happens to that someone, and then you're driving around town deleting the post that said you wanted to do something, you look pretty bad, for being honest. I think good police work would say, who is that? What did he do? Why is he deleting his Facebook posts? Perhaps we should go look him in the eyeballs, get an idea of what he's talking about. So this is how Zechariah Qureshi showed up on police radar. Not police radar. I shouldn't say that, because police radar could be like the radar gun, and that's not what we're talking about. This is how he ended up in police attention. This is why they started talking about it. Somebody called the police and said, hey, there's a guy named Zechariah Qureshi. Here's his Facebook. You'll notice all these posts saying he wants to do something to Charlie Kirk. Now, why would he want to do something to Charlie Kirk? I don't know. Is it related to his work, his dad's work, his brother's work? Is he part of some Magic the Gathering game where they were getting a little crazy talking about Charlie Kirk?
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
He somehow related all these weirdos in Utah that were talking about Charlie Kirk? I don't know. Does he politically not like him? Does he think he's too far right, too far left? I don't know. But that's how he ended up on the radar. Now, we will get to the point of some of the confusion here in just a moment, and why it was everybody instantly started reporting that he was the guy going hospital to hospital.
Toyota just pulling on Parker Street, black.
So we've got a black Toyota pulling up and parking on the street. Toyota Corolla.
Again, so this is the guy that's posting stuff on Facebook, but his car doesn't match what Hate's sending out. So we just want to keep an eye on this, but it's disappearing on me. Sierra 820 Bravo Lima.
Hey, blue polo shirt, black backpack, tan pants just went in Unit 6. Does not appear to be the male in the photo.
So they've got a photo of a suspect. There are two things taking place here. We have a guy going hospital to hospital, looking. I think even the police get confused. We've got a guy going hospital to hospital, presumably. That's what the fear is, looking for Charlie Kirk. They'll explain why they say that in just a second. But you've got a guy who goes into the hospital and says, where's Charlie Kirk? And then he runs off. And so they've got an idea of what that guy looks like. They send a picture of that guy around. Meanwhile, we have a second discussion taking place about a guy who actively said on Facebook he wanted to do something to Charlie Kirk. What that was, we don't know. And then he's actively deleting it in the aftermath. And that has landed on the police's attention. And they're looking for him. Well, they just camped out at his apartment. They had his address. They had a unit there camping out. And they just watched him walk in his apartment. He's got on a blue shirt and khaki pants. He doesn't match the photo of the person who left the hospital. That's what you just heard. Because that's what we have him on camera wearing at the event. We know where he was standing. We know who he was standing with. Ironically, he was standing with two guys in blue shirts. But apparently maroon's a very popular color among the younger set at UVU. Might have nothing to do with any operations. But I want to go back and let this transmission finish here. But I'm just trying to make sure everybody's clear in their mind what's happening here and why there was so much confusion about Zechariah Qureshi.
Timmy just got out of that black car.
Okay, can you tell me that description again?
Heavier set, male, maybe 20s, navy blue polo, tan pants, black backpack, long, short hair.
Okay, so best guess is an older model Nissan Armada or a Toyota Sequoia would be the best guess.
So now they're back asking about the person who left the hospital. Now they're saying it looks like an older model Nissan Armada. No one on their right mind would confuse an older model Nissan Armada, which is a full-size SUV, 15-year-old full-size SUV. SUV compartment, big car with a Toyota Corolla, which is just larger than a micro machine. A teeny, teeny, tiny little car. No one's going to confuse the two. And so it's clear we're talking about two different people. But over the police scanner, it gets kind of confused. It gets conflated. You end up with people, almost included, that listened to this and thought Zechariah Qureshi was the person going hospital to hospital looking for Charlie Kirk. And what they're saying is the person who busted into the hospital looking for Charlie Kirk was in their best guess, an older model Nissan Armada, perhaps a Toyota Sequoia. But they're pretty sure it was a Nissan Armada. And so let's continue. Let's continue.
Armada may be closer than the Sequoia.
All right, and best guess is this dude you're sending pictures of and not the heavier set guy that we're watching in 2J.
Yeah, this dude here was heavier set and did not have a prosthetic hand. I watched him use both of them normally.
Enter suspect number 3. We had Zechariah Qureshi. He has 2 hands, 2 natural hands. Zechariah Qureshi drives a Toyota Corolla. He was wearing a blue shirt and khakis. So put him to the side. That's person 1, Zechariah Qureshi. Then you have a one-armed bandit. We don't know his name yet on here. We do know his name. His name was Andrew Brascaldo. He's done interviews. He's talked about it. He's been open about it. He was seen on footage in the immediate aftermath. Running away, he had kind of a black suit with a white shirt. He was carrying a bag, and in the bag had a strap, and people thought it might have been a firearm. And so he's wandering around, but he has one arm, and he looked pretty suspicious, if I'm being honest. I mean, who wears a suit and carries a bag with a strap in it, wandering around a college campus? Apparently Andrew Pascaldo does. But he only has one arm. And you didn't know he just had one arm. It looked like he was wearing a glove. Why? Gunshot residue, fingerprints. I mean, your mind can go wild at that point. And so they're now talking about 3 different people. You have Zechariah Qureshi, you have Andrew Pascaldo, the one-armed man, and then you have the guy going hospital to hospital looking for Charlie Kirk, who may be driving in an Armada, an early model Armada. And that guy apparently is heavyset. Where did we hear heavyset? Oh, Officer Bagley described the person on the roof as not heavyset. So I think we can safely rule that guy out. He's not heavyset, I know that. All right, so let's fast forward a little bit. We'll fast forward a little bit. Let's go to 1523. Oh, not 25, 23. 22. We'll have to make 22. So let me pull this back up. Now, we're going to get a little differentiation.
I just talked to a 2J patrol. He said that they didn't have anybody do anything on 4th South. The bull they got out was not the same vehicle that they saw leave the hospital that they thought suspect was. That's going to be the SUV, the Armada looking one.
Yeah, I just talked to him. There's no car outstanding. They didn't know that the guy went in the apartment because of some other traffic going on. But if this guy comes out, we'll contact him, see what he has to say. But he doesn't match our description.
So they basically ruled out Qureshi by this point. They say, hey, we're not going to bother this guy. He doesn't match the description of the guy on campus that we're looking for with one arm. He doesn't match the description of the guy going hospital to hospital looking for Charlie Kirk. And so we're going to rule this guy out, but let's keep eyes on him. And if he comes out, we'll ask him what's up. But because we know he was suspiciously deleting Facebook posts, and that's a little weird if we're being honest with each other. But let's not
Be back.
preliminary hearing where absolutely no flock camera footage was shown. There was no data was discussed. Over the weekend, I got a call from a friend of mine who lives in the same town I do, same small town I do. And he said, you know, there are flock cameras all over the place. At every avenue in and out of town, and all through the town. You cannot move in this town without being picked up by flock cameras. You're on the run. Not on the run. If you're out running errands, the flock cameras are picking you up left and right. And then I saw this headline, and I thought, well, what the hell's going on here with the police? Flock cameras, solar-powered automated license plate readers weighing less than 3 pounds and designed to be unobtrusive, can be found on 80,000 street corners throughout the country. Company behind the cameras built an $8.3 billion business empowering officers to track people's movements. Well, wouldn't that have been convenient in this case? We wouldn't have had to look at Miss Noble's blurry underwater-looking Nest camera footage. We could have just pulled up a flock camera and said, here's where we saw Tyler Robinson last. This is his license plate. This was his car moving. Here's a picture of it. Here's the data from the license plate reader. We got none of that. Nationwide, flock cameras log billions of license plates each month. And now dozens of reports are emerging of police using the cameras not to solve crimes, but to stalk their partners and exes. Over a 2-month period in 2025, Milwaukee police officer Josue Ayala searched the license plate number of someone he was dating over 200 times, according to court documents. He also searched for his partner's ex. That's kind of psychotic, if I'm being honest. Another Milwaukee officer, Taranji Chetman, was assigned to investigate Ayala's case. Ayala was charged with misconduct, resigned, and was sentenced to 1 year's probation, as he should have been. That's abusing the technology. Then this week, Chapman too was charged. The guy who was investigating the guy who was abusing flock cameras was charged with abusing flock cameras. He was charged with misuse of GPS information. While investigating Ayala for abusing flock cameras, he allegedly was engaged in the exact same misconduct, using the technology to track people in his own life. Is that why we don't have any flock camera footage of Tyler Robinson? Was everybody in Utah doing the same thing? Stalking their exes? Stalking their girlfriends? They were too busy stalking all these people to say, you know, we have a murder suspect. We ought to see where he's been. He drove 4 hours to get here and 4 hours home. Surely there's flock data all over Utah of this guy. All up and down the interstate, whatever the interstate number is, I think 15 maybe something like that. All up and down Interstate 15, all over Orem, all over St. George, all over. He should be everywhere. It would have been a pretty open and shut case if you're being honest. If you're trying to prove probable cause, we can use the testimony of a guy who thinks he's a cat, Lance Twiggs. We can use Catboy. Or we could use flock cameras. Isn't that what they're supposed to be for? Isn't that why we have them? To track crimes? Wouldn't that be the ideal scenario in which to use them? Not because some sergeant's trying to get his rocks off, wondering where his girlfriend is during the day while he's on shift, but to actually track persistent murderers, see who committed the crime. But that's not how they get used, apparently. That's not how they get used. Either that or there is no flock. In fact, if they go to trial and don't introduce flock footage, I think by now they're so ubiquitous. An affirmative defense just might be, they don't even have me on flock. I couldn't have been me. If it had been me, they'd have brought in the license plate and said he was here at 4:15 a.m., he was here at 4:27 a.m., he was here at 5:13 a.m., he was here at 6:15 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, you can just track that timeline and it takes him right to Orem, Utah, and he pulls in right at 8:30 when we told you he was in the parking garage. And then we watch him drive down and get a ribeye. And then we watch him drive right back up to Orem to check on the old weapon, Granddaddy's 30-06. Here we have him looping around campus. I mean, my goodness, people. I think it becoming an affirmative defense. If I'm the defense lawyer, I'm raising it. I'm making the... I can't. I'm going to look at the exhibit list, and if they don't have any flock camera, I'm using that in my opening. You know what you're not going to hear?
You know what you're not going to hear? What? I don't know. Found out in a second. Okay, here we go. Flock cameras. What the heck? That's the cameras that can read the license plate is what that is. License plate reading camera. Huh. They got them
Flock
everywhere.
footage. You're not going to see any. Why? Because he wasn't there.
Right?
You're going to see grainy underwater footage that may or may not be Bigfoot or space aliens. But you're not going to see flock footage that would put my client clearly at the scene.
Yep.
That's what I would do. And I would draw an objection and then make the judge tell me I can't say it. But we'll see. You never know. You never know. All right. Where was it? Oh, yeah. Lest you think there is no flock footage in Orem, Utah. Check this out. Check this out. It's rendering a map, ladies and gentlemen. Hold, please. Look at the number of flock cameras you would have to drive past in order to commit a crime in Orem, Utah. Just in this little view, we have 117 of them. We come down here, all up and down the highway. There's 64 in this view. All up and down the highway. Here's the campus right here. We have 2 right here. That flock camera right there should have picked up or no, is that one? Yeah, that one right there should have picked up the chain gang taking Charlie Kirk to the hospital. But look, we got them all up and down the highway. I mean, you can't get away from flock cameras. Look at this. And they got so many up here, it's turned orange. But all up and down, I don't know how to mention it. Yeah, there we go. All up and down the highway, we've got them. Yeah. Oh, man. Not going to get through here without getting caught. Flock boy. You toasted going through there. That's right. Oh, Panguitch. Panguitch. Yep, got hit going to Panguitch. Look at this. Just to get out of St. George and get up there, you're going to get hit with flock camera. So I expect to see some flock camera footage. I expect to see Tyler Robinson, 10-2, driving down the road. Well, maybe 2 and nothing because he's texting his plans to his lover. I don't know. We'll see. Let me show you real quickly. Changing gears ever so slightly. You guys remember
Brandon Andy.
Lying liar who lies and
I was just
What's up?
listening. I was just listening to this guy, and he's like, flock cameras. You know, and you told me about them.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So what he was talking about though was if Tyler Robinson was the killer of Charlie Kirk, then they would, because he drove a whole lot that day. He drove, if he even went to that city, Orem or Provo or whichever one it's in, he lived in 4 hours away. And then they do for sure know he was eating, so at a Dairy Queen up there in Orem, and he was also eating at another restaurant, a steakhouse, that night at 9:30 at night, and in a place called Panguitch, which is 3 hours away. But the thing is they don't have any flock camera footage of this man. But if they would just, if he really did it, they would easily be able to show his license plate everywhere he goes, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of, this is the stupidest FBI bullshit ever. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they needed somebody to put the blame on. So they're going to go through this dog and pony show and try and convict this man. He'll probably, I don't know, he might get away with it. They might charge him anyway. I don't know.
You know what they're trying to give him the death penalty.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. And his boyfriend, maybe it's his boyfriend, who knows if he really has a boyfriend, but this guy named Lance Twiggs saw the picture of him in court and said, well, I can't be 100% that that's him, but he does wear jeans and he likes to wear hats. I've never seen that hat before that he's wearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's crazy, bro. It's the biggest bunch of shit I ever seen. But
yeah, I mean, he was definitely assassinated. But was it by this weird guy from off the internet? Most likely not.
It's probably the FBI. So here's another thing.
Are they actually gonna?
Go ahead.
What's up?
I was gonna say the police there in Orem were looking for a it was a green Armada, Nissan Armada, and they were looking for, they had 3 suspects right off the bat, and one of them was a guy driving a green Armada, another one was a one-armed guy, I can't remember his name, and then another one was a guy named Zach, I can't remember, Kavorkievich or something like that. Anyway, so while they were trying to find these 3 guys, they found one of the guys. I can't remember which one, to be honest, but they were outside his house about to go and knock on his door, and the green Armada shows up, and they go over to the green. All this is on, on the, they're all talking about it on the mic, to the dispatch and stuff. And so they got the whole thing, the whole conversation of this part. And so they go up to the green Armada, and the guy says, I'm FBI. I'm the guy in there that y'all want to talk to is FBI. So y'all can just leave. There's nothing to see here. And of course they left.
That's what the guy in the green Armada said?
Yes. He really was FBI. So actually, the way the conversation goes is, he's SPI. And then they come back in a minute, a couple minutes goes by, and then they go, no, my bad, he's not SPI, he's FBI. And he's got the keys to this house. We don't have to go knock on the door. He knows the guy inside there, and they're not involved with it. Hilarious, right?
sound like some bullshit.
Sounds like the FBI killed Charlie Kirk. Or at least is involved in it.
They killed Malcolm, they killed Martin, it's not, they killed JFK.
Yeah.
Very much possible.
And there was also 12 Mossad agents in the crowd that day. And they were all wearing the same color shirt. Because they got the phones. They pinged the phones of them, so they know there was 12 Mossad agents in the crowd, and they were all wearing maroon shirts. And that's why they say Tyler, what's his name? Tyler Robinson was wearing maroon shirt when he did it. They say he changed clothes like 4 times that day. It's funny, but they have no.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is the FOC, the FOC cameras. How you say it? Is it? I think it's flock cameras. Yeah, the biggest thing is that, because that. So basically, this guy I was listening to is a lawyer, and he was like, if I was trying this case, he's a defense lawyer. He was, now he's a podcaster. He doesn't do that anymore. So he's like, if I was trying this case, the first thing I would do in the opening statements is tell them that they have. He said, the one thing I want to tell you is, one thing you're not going to see is the flock camera footage. You're not going to see any of that in this trial. That's because he wasn't there. And then there'll be they'll object, and then he said, and I would make the judge tell me that I'm not allowed to say that anymore. And then when it's over, then, who's going to convict a guy once the judge says you can't say that anymore? That guy's funny, though. That's true. You do that, it's over. This guy, if they put him in jail, I mean, if they convict him of this crime, it's a setup. But just to even have the trial is a setup.
Yeah, but I mean, innocent people go to jail all the fucking time.
Right. Forever, right?
Yeah, so, like I said, even if he is innocent and they can prove it, if they want to use him as a scapegoat and sentence him to death for it, they'll do it.
Yeah. It is what it is. But that stuff's crazy. That guy didn't do it for sure, because first of all, he's not even a good shot. He does know how to hunt and fish, but he doesn't like hunting. So that tells you right there that he's not a good shot. And if you take a rifle apart, put it back together, put the scope on it, it's not going to shoot correctly. You'll have to readjust the scope before you can shoot it. And the bomb dogs never found the gun. The FBI found the gun, but the dogs couldn't find it because it had never been fired. If it had been fired, they would have easily found it. They were in the area looking for it, but they never found it. So that tells you right there. The other thing is they never took the bomb dogs.
Yeah.
Huh? Say what? Uh-oh. Say what? You there? Hello? You there? Hello? No. I'll call you back. Oh shoot, I forgot about that. I need to go do that real fast.
Corvette telling us his phone broke. I had so many text messages in the immediate aftermath after Charlie Kirk passed, my phone broke. You guys remember that? We didn't believe him. We still don't. I don't believe anything he says from this point forward. I've caught him in too many lies. But you remember that, right? Andrew Corvette, first phone ever to break from excessive texting. The phones that are designed to text. That's what they're designed to do. Apple does decades of R&D in order to create a battle-hardened, text-capable phone. But Andrew Corvette gets so many texts, that doggone phone broke. It reminds you of the old. It reminds you of the old joke about, oh no, officer, I don't have any guns. I lost them all in a boating accident. Yeah, doggone it. They're at the bottom of the ocean. Sorry, officer. You're more than welcome to go look at about. time into a Steve Bannon. No, not done with that. We actually have him on the Benny Johnson show an hour later. There's Andrew Corvette doing the Benny Johnson show. No word on whether his phone broke during that time. So we have you at 8. We have you at 9. And then we had him at 10 minutes after 11 o'clock. Oh gosh, what's the 13:30? Is it 13:30? Yeah, 13:30. Now we have him on the Jack Posobiec show. Believe it or not. We have him on the Jack
Posobiec show. Which Jack Posobiec is
Human Events.
CIA.
This is at a little after 10 o'clock. We didn't know at the time Jack Posobiec would turn out to be such a dishonest character either. Talking about 4K HD footage, but you know, go mourn. You're allowed to take the morning off after your boss dies. You can take the morning off. And if you're not going to take the morning off and you're going to later tell us your phone died because you don't want anyone looking at your phone, you don't have to have your phone on the table in front of you while you're with a very healthy looking Steve Bannon. You can hide your phone. You can put it in your pocket. But we're talking 8, 9, 10 in the morning here. We're not even 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was removed from this earth. Andrew likes to say he's Charlie's best friend, or was Charlie's best friend, or one of his best friends. Well, if my best friend and boss gets taken down, I'm probably not doing 3 TV hits or podcast hits or whatever it is in hours 18, 19, and 20 after the event. That's probably, you know, it's a little unbecoming for me. It's a little suspect. And then if I'm going to tell everybody I lost my phone, I'm probably not going to have my phone out on the table. I would be lying if I said I put any stock at this point in anything these guys said. I don't. I was hard on Andrew when we opened, but I was hard on him because I was so disgusted with being lied to so blatantly. And if I was lied to instead not by Andrew, but by the 3 sources who independently all 3 said, using almost identical language, frankly, that Erica wasn't with her kids, that her kids were somewhere else. Again, I don't know where they were, but I know all 3 of them said they were not in Utah. It was her. And they didn't go to DC either. If all 3 of them lied to me, well, then I'm upset with them. I don't think they did. This pattern of dishonesty, in my opinion, is evidence of guilt. Because the number one piece of advice I would give TPUSA at this point is you have to be clean about everything. You cannot be caught being dishonest at any point going forward. If someone asks you a question, just answer. Someone asked me a question on Twitter the other day. Viva, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Fry. I'll be honest, I don't follow the guy. But the question, he was like, are you splitting revenue with Diligent Dennis? I said, I don't even know his real name. Don't care, never met him. Talk to him, I think he does good work. But no, absolutely not splitting revenue. Have no agreement whatsoever. There's no coordination, it's just, he does a story. If I like it, I hit retweet. If I don't, I ignore it. Or if I don't see it, I ignore it. And then I said, how hard was that? You asked me a direct question. I gave you a direct answer. TPUSA should try that. They should try that. It would behoove them to develop a culture of honesty. Because like Richard Nixon, sometimes the real problem isn't the crime itself. The crime itself is a problem, but it's the cover-up is where everybody goes down. Cover-up. And cover-ups are often clouded in this environment of dishonesty. That's That's usually the evidence that something's being covered up. Something bad has happened. And then there's this dishonesty. You come home and the lamp is broken. Oh, I really liked that lamp. That was an expensive lamp. We've had that lamp for 20 years. You know, your mother and I got that lamp as an anniversary present. A nice lamp. It was a lamp we'd had our eyes on, but at the time we couldn't afford it. And someone took pity on us and bought us this lamp. It was several $100s, and we've carried it around from house to house that we've lived in because it's a sentimental piece. Who broke the lamp? Well, the second you catch someone in a lie, who do you think broke the lamp? The person who's lying. If one of your kids says, I wasn't here, I was at the YMCA playing basketball, you look and he was. Oh, must not have been him. And the other person says, well, I wasn't here, I was at the neighbor's house playing pickleball. Okay? You call the neighbor and say, hey, was my kid there today playing pickleball? They say, I haven't seen your kid in a week. You haven't seen my kid in a week? Yeah, no. Is it possible my kid could have been there playing pickleball without your knowledge? No. Because my kid's at camp this week. You wouldn't be playing pickleball alone in the backyard. Oh. Which one of them do you think broke the lamp? The one who was honest to you about where they were, or the one who lied? Let's say you have a third kid, and the third kid was like, no, I was upstairs listening to music, just enjoying the Saturday. Had the window open, was listening to the neighbor cut the lawn. There's something so soothing about a motor in the background, that little that hum of grass being mowed like 6 yards down. There's something very soothing about it. I've always loved that sound. I don't like it at 7 a.m. next door. They don't do that. But at 11 o'clock in the morning, if you down and you've got the windows up, and it's just it's just like, it takes me back to my childhood. Things were simple, and I didn't have anywhere to be, and I didn't, summer just meant just exist for a couple of months. Such a soothing sound. Well, that kid doesn't really have an alibi, but guess what? They didn't lie to you either. You caught one of the kids in a lie. So you gotta assume that's the kid that broke the lamp. He's been caught in a lie so many times. He's been caught with his stories that don't check out. He's been caught feeding alibis through discredited or low-budget people who are known hacks. But if you want to get an alibi out, just put it on your dadgum timeline or text it to someone. Like if Candace is asking for an alibi, text her the alibi. Don't get it out through someone no one's ever heard of, some rando named Gary from West Virginia, or someone named House and Habit from wherever the heck House and Habit lives. No one's ever heard of these people. How do we know they're not just making it up? How do we can put any faith or any stock in it? We don't. We have no idea. If you're going to put words in a surgeon's mouth, you better know the surgeon isn't going to call and discredit you. You better make sure the surgeon's not going to call people and say, I didn't have that conversation with him. I had that conversation with her. But if you're gonna lie about something, make sure we can't find out the truth. Make sure every single person who works at the TPUSA headquarters is a friendly. Make sure they're not gonna sell you out. Make sure every single person who is on the ground with you in Utah is a friendly. And they're not gonna sell you out. Because they did. Because they did. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but they did. Because the reality is they don't like you guys. They don't. They lie to you and tell you they like you. They lie to you and tell you they don't. And they think you guys had something to do with this. That's why they're talking. Now, I'm not saying anyone in particular had something to do with it. I'm just saying that's the message I'm getting from the people closest to you guys. They don't trust you people. And the number one reason I'm told they don't trust you is they've caught you in more lies than you have. They read what you write online. And they say, well, that's not true. And if they'll lie so easily, Remember Andrew Charlie texted you and said, "We don't lie. I don't lie. Not please don't lie on my behalf. We don't lie." Well, Charlie's not here anymore. But you still shouldn't lie. You still shouldn't lie. You should come clean on that tweet and say, "Oh, I was misunderstood." I'll give you an out. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's come to my attention. People assumed I was talking about her kids. She was not with her. She was with her family. With Charlie's parents, who she very much considers still family, is still family. The parents of her grandchildren, she was with her dear sister, her nieces and nephews, who she loves. I never intended to insinuate she was with her children, and to the extent someone misunderstood what I said, and again, I'll try to be more precise in my language going forward. I realize there's a lot of attention on this case. And poor communication could make it look like I'm being dishonest, and I'm not. So I apologize. Just wanted to clarify that. If you have any questions, let me know. And I would accept that. But what I won't accept is you continuing to leave these dishonest statements up, or at least statements that you know now are leading people to believe things that aren't true. And they're going around calling me a liar and telling me I have my story wrong when I don't. Very much right on this. I think. At least I have 3 reasons to believe I'm right. 2 of them are very close to you guys. If I'd say on the payroll in this. I don't know. You guys, everyone's a contractor. I have no idea who's in. I would assume the chief operating officer would be on the payroll, but I would have been wrong. I would have assumed the PR guy would be on the payroll, but I would have been wrong. I would assume Blake Sneff, who's traveling with Charlie and prepping him for the debate, that he would be on the payroll. But I would be wrong. Apparently he works for some radio company and someone else works for some independent. You have your own media company, Andrew. It's a weird arrangement, if we're being honest. Whatever. I come back to this too. I think you should let people know where she was this weekend, what she was doing, who she was talking to, and why. Because it reeks of desperation. Reeks of desperation. Hit the like button if you want merch. Real Baron Podcast at realbaronpodcast.com. And I will roll through some of your comments. If you comment from this point forward, I may or may not get to it. I do have time to get through, I believe, all the comments up to this point. And I will try to get to as many as I possibly can. I may be able to get to all of them. The last few shows I have been able to. There were a couple of shows last week where I was not able to. But I should be able to get through everything that's up there now. And may still have time to get through everything that comes in after. Just see how it. But let's, let me make them a little bigger for me. Let's roll through some of these with your permission. Sleuths of the World. Find out where the first flock cameras were installed. It might give us clues as to where the hidden military foreign bases are in our communities. Because Orem, Utah should be insignificant compared to other cities. Okay. Duly noted. Hi, Baron. I got my early birthday present from my best friend yesterday. This is a High IQ Outfit t-shirt. Shout out to Kelly. Kelly, great gift. More of you should get that for you. You can get it at realbaronpodcast.com. You make the loss of Charlie less painful as we all wake up to a world our children should not inherit. I physically grieve a man I never met, and I believe it's because boy, I don't think you knew how prescient that would be when you wrote it. But that's what my whole show's about today. The fundamental levels of what I perceive as dishonesty, just too much. It's just too much. For kids weren't worth it, just ignore it. Or just say they were. Say they weren't, rather. Just be honest. New challenge to TPO6. Just be honest. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't be honest, and that's a real problem if you can't. If you guys have gotten yourself in a situation where you cannot be honest, that's a tough situation to be in. I wouldn't work at a place like that. What's your best advice for newlyweds? Just married. Pop culture will destroy your marriage. Ashley. Since you're a woman asking, treat your husband like a dog. What do you do to earn loyalty from a dog? You pet them, you feed them, you tell them they're a good boy. And that's going to be the most loyal dog you'll ever have. And they're going to love you And dog doesn't require anything. He's just going to come in and start petting and he's just going to come in and be wagging a tail and everything. And you don't require anything of your dog. You just start loving on it. You start petting it. That's my advice. That's my advice. I have a couple books up. What's the hold on. Oh, please. It's called His Needs, Her Needs. I'm a big believer.
Welcome back to another episode of DD Got a Podcast. I'm your host, DD. Appreciate you all for tuning in. I did not change the time again, as some of you all said that y'all were waiting for me to do. In today's live, man, we're going to be discussing Andrew Tate and his brother. You know, as you know, Andrew Tate was arrested, I believe yesterday, in Miami. And I thought that was very interesting because we just covered Andrew Tate a few months ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I forget, as it pertains to the whole Nick Fuentes and the whole situation that went viral a few months ago. But before we get into that, I want to show you all something that's not related to Andrew Tate. And the reason why I want to show you all this is because I want to just I want to talk a little bit about something and show why being an influencer or a content creator isn't all it's cracked up to be, as some people think. Do this. Let me get that, and then let me get this pulled up. Okay. So I told you all that Casanet and his crew were just 5 minutes from my house, which is crazy to say that in Arkansas. If you live in a big city, then it should be expected, but this is different. But there's a kid, man, who...
It's crazy. Crazy time.
shit, I would prefer for you to bring your ass down to New York, meet me, we sit down and crack that jar together and we kill that shit. But I will DM you my address for the jar, but realistically speaking, in a perfect world, I'd be killing that jar with you.
And it went viral everywhere. He came out on stage because he does music as well, but he's also, as I said, a streamer. He makes money.
Stevie Vance is the moonshine guy.
And the look that he came out with caught a lot of people off guard.
Yo, these nuts, what's up, my G? How's everything? How's life in Australia? How's life in Australia? Speaking of Australia, they just hit me up. They doing a documentary about the big day out, and they including every artist who's ever performed at the big day out. So I might be a part of that. But yeah, they're doing a documentary about the big day out. Yeah, I headlined every city in Australia and 2 cities in New Zealand on a big day out. So they hit me up for that. I just need to make sure the money's right. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nothing going on but the rent. Yeah, keep an eye out for that. Even if I'm not a part of it, I know it's going to be dope. I'm just saying, for me to be a part of it, like right now, ain't nothing going on but the rent. The what? Alright, Stevie, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna definitely inbox you my address. Yeah, bills don't pay themselves, like, and I've done way too much shit for free, you know, like, I love my culture, I love kids, I love all that shit, but at the end of the day, I can't keep...
Stand down, even if it means to quote unquote sell their soul, go against their morals. People don't care. This is a great example. But something just happened once again, just down the street from my house. I actually was on my way home yesterday, and I saw last night, and I saw all these people downtown Conway, which shocked me because there's never that many people. And I saw the school buses, which told me it was Casanet and the Streamer University crew. But a clip that went viral from the campus, and we need more of this to happen, because I'm the type of person, if I ran into these people in real life, it wouldn't be no fanboy, it wouldn't be no none of that. I will put people onto game just the way this person did. Let me go find yo, and I want to show y'all this. This was crazy. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna just do it this way. I was gonna share the screen, but instead I'm gonna show you all this clip, because a lot of people was calling this kid gay and saying, oh, they got to him. He's wearing the leopard print. He got the wig on. He's making comments about why is it that men are not allowed to twerk? That should be a genderless dance. I mean, making all the suspect comments and actions that people typically take once they reach that level. Not a surprise at all. Some of the most masculine people, you would be shocked to find out that they're into things like that, like Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal, a lot of people don't know Shaquille O'Neal is allegedly into cross-dressing. And I'm saying allegedly just to be careful here, but it's not even alleged, bro. It's all over the internet. Shaquille O'Neal, super dominant, the most dominant figure in sports, in basketball, and NBA history, is into some of the most zestiest things that people wouldn't think. Has access to God knows how many women, but like I said before, he's a part of, I think he's Omega Psi Phi or something. Q Dog, he's one of them. And after you go through a lot of the rituals that they put you through, and the hazing rituals, and a lot of the times you are more susceptible, and we speak about that in my D9 fraternity expose video. We do a deep dive on what these things do to the psyche and how it makes things more fluid by design. You're a lot more open to different things. You're not as critical, but at the same time, they'll claim that they believe in God, and they have you to read from the scriptures. I'm digressing. I want to show y'all this video. This is somebody walked up to Playboy Max last night, and this is what they said to him. He thought it was going to be a joke, and the guy got super serious with him. And I have a ton of respect for him. Let's check it out.
Just bro. I want to see you. I just see you later. High five,
So that's so weird. That's literally Hendrix. I've been to this campus so many times, bro. I have friends that graduated from this campus. That's so weird that they're right there. But anyways, listen to what this guy's about to tell Playboy Max.
What if you could find your dream job while you slept? It's called Perplexity Computer. You connect your Gmail, upload your resume, and just let it know what type of job you're looking for, like this, and computer...
Tell Playboy Max.
Yeah, diva. Why you want to be a diva?
He said, are you a diva? Why do you want to be a diva? He's smiling right now. Playboy Max is clearly smiling, the one with the red hat on. Watch how fast this is about to turn.
On some flash. Why you want to be a diva? Some flash. You're a demon. You need holy oil, right? You need to sit down in the holy oil. You need to go get a church bath and cleanse your body, right? I think you are confused. I think you need some guidance. I think your parents feel a little way about that. I think you're clip farming and you're getting your clips.
I'll be right back. back at it. Back at it. Back at it. Stop for a minute.
You smart. You loyal. I know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You've been at this. But you are not a diva. Diva's been over. I don't think you've been over. You're not the little boys in Clover. You're not Tota. You're not a diva. You are a grown man. Black boy Max. Not Black boy Bati. Not Black boy Oz. Are you gonna tell your son that you are a diva? Daddy, what's diva? Hey, get the fuck out of here. That is an abomination, Max. I am not proud of you. I am proud of everything else you did. Nominations, changing the game, changing your skin to Baki, diva? Diva start with D. Didi. What else? You know, it's like this, Max. And you know, I could speak like this because after the clips go up and they don't like me, I don't use social media no more, so I can be a crackhead for life. When you keep pushing that barrier, Max, when you keep pushing that barrier, and time passes, what happens? What next? What's the next engagement? What's the next clip? Don't lose yourself, don't sell your soul, Max. They want your soul, because you changed the game. Don't sell your soul. You know I have a soul. You know I don't hold my tongue. You know you the first person that ever subbed me up as a big streamer in my chat. You didn't mention it. You don't know how much I appreciate you. But you bigger than that, nigga. Don't forget niggas like you for your personality, nigga. Is you crazy? You need to put on no persona, nigga. You broke through with music. Is you crazy? So niggas suck my dick. Niggas don't like you. It's like the character. But your main niggas like you. Don't let niggas rage bait you on your own stream. Is you crazy, nigga? You him, nigga. You're not no diva, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, not drive that. That's not true. You put the character too much. Fuck out of here. You're not no diva, nigga. What the fuck? I'm a pop because I'm not gonna get no comments today. Fuck this talking about. I'm gonna get my pussy because I want the SU. But I'm not no diva. You fly though. You got fire. I'll give you that. You got to me with that. You got fire. I'll give you that. You fly. You're not no diva.
Oh, bro. This shit crazy.
Tired. I'm at my stream. I don't really want to chill. I want to just chill. I've been streaming this whole time. And I've been having a lot of fun. You know, people just really just accept me for who I am, honestly, the whole time. So it's just felt like, damn, I felt like I enjoyed this shit again.
Okay, I'll be back. that's what they do to you. They get tired of you and they kill you. Even your friends, they don't know it. But they get tired of you and then they start saying and feeling like you're a burden. And then you pass away. And the hospital is the one to kill you. In the hospital, they will kill you. Going to the hospital.
That's why I started doing shit. Ways the streaming ability. I feel like, alright, streaming, give me the ability to do that. You know? That's why I love it in the first place. I feel like I've always been able to do me. And even if niggas who don't fuck with me, or like viewers and fans, if they, like if they, how do I explain it, hate on me or don't fuck with me, that's cool. Because at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know them. But on my own platform, it's like, damn, bro, if you fuck with me and really fuck that way, why would you see all the streaming for the hundreds of niggas? You don't care about it for real. You just will know it, go viral. Bitch, this is me, nigga. I'm Prince. This is me, nigga. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. I might be a little weird, bro. Might tell some shit. Niggas be cold, bro. Think I don't give a fuck. What's wrong with being gay? There's nothing wrong with that shit, bro. Y'all niggas is whack. Y'all corny. Niggas just think how the next nigga think. You don't have your own mind, bro. That shit whack. But I'm gonna be myself, regardless. None of y'all niggas fucking with me. Don't care. You might think that shit because you're closed-minded, but it's one love, bro. It's one love. It's one love, bro. It don't matter if niggas gay, they straight. It don't matter, bro. Why don't we just love each other, bro? So, I don't care, bro. Fuck OJ. If you fuck with me, nigga, you said that shit off camera. You could have pulled me aside. I'd love to talk to you off camera. Why you saying that shit on camera? But it's cool. I love y'all, bro. Good off this shit to me. I'm gonna just go chill. Alright? I love y'all. But remember this always.
Remember this commercial always.
But remember this always.
The language, who cares about the language? I don't care that they're using the N-word. I don't care that he's cursing. What matters is you see a human being right here that's conflicted, right? Whether he knows it or not. And this is something that I've learned over the few years I've been covering these type of things. Some people blow up. Some people are groomed and they're given a platform and they know that they were given a platform to push certain messages, and it happens a lot in the music industry. And then you got other people who are given a platform and they're what they call a useful idiot. That is to say, they didn't know early on that they were given a platform, that they were allowed to blow up because of the message that they were pushing. And it's only when they stop pushing it, or they decide to stop going in a particular direction, or they make the decision to not go in a particular direction, whether they were already going in that direction or not, that is taken from them. I think Playboy Max may be one of those people who may not have known that he was being platformed to push this message. And that conversation that the guy just had with him on camera caught him off guard, because he's used to a lot of yes men. People that are just fanned out, people that just look at the views he gets, people look at the money that he gets, the rappers that he's collaborating with on stream. I believe he reportedly paid Lil Baby like $250,000 to come sit down with them. Like, what person you know that can afford to give anybody any type of money of that level, of that amount, for anything? How can he afford?
Yeah, be right back.
I'm digressing, but the point is, I wanted to show that at the end of the day, these people are still human, and this person, we need to pray for Playboy Max because he's going through a lot. He's pushing this one love, and yeah, okay. I know everybody are not believers. I know that everybody don't believe in Christ, but I just don't believe it's a coincidence that the biggest streamers in the world all seem to follow the same line of thinking. You know, how convenient. Hit the like button on your way in. Hit the like button. Yeah, I hope he finds peace as well, man. For sure. Andrew Tate. Let's talk a little bit about Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate is a very interesting individual. I know we use the term controlled opposition fairly often. Andrew Tate is a very interesting person. He goes from Muslim to Christian to saying he's a man of honor to then recklessly bragging and boasting on the internet about how much money, cars, materialistic, superficial, one-dimensional things that mean very little in this world or beyond this world. Well, he was just arrested. And what the first, I saw a lot of people saying he was arrested because number one, I heard a lot of you all saying that it was a distraction. Two, I heard a lot of you all saying, no, they arrested him because of what he said about Charlie Kirk. He revealed the truth about Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, and he wasn't supposed to say that. So because of it, they went through the UK. They had the UK to go through Romania, and they arrested him to set him up. Now, for those of you that haven't seen the clip of Andrew Tate talking about what really happened to Charlie Kirk, now this clip is sped up. It's just naturally that way. You're gonna have to forgive me. And yes, Playboy Max. The guy's name is Playboy Max, not Play. I keep saying Playboy. At this point, it may be Plax, Boy Max, whatever he's called. I don't care. For those of you that haven't seen the Andrew Tate clip of him talking about what truly happened to Charlie Kirk, what truly happened to Candace, even though this video has nothing, that you're not in the dark. It's a pretty lengthy clip. It is sped up, but take a listen, and then I'll see you all on the other side. Yeah, Diddy got a podcast.
Now at Whataburger, you can get the new Big Ranch Wrap for $3, 5 premium wadded chicken bites for $4, or Bacon Cheese Whataburger Jr. for $5. Add fries and a drink for a little more. Now that's a what a deal at What a Burger. Download the app.
Be right back. 9 minutes. Where's this place? Okay. Right there. Okay, cool. Got a couple minutes.
can get him with on stage 2. And that doesn't mean they let you off. That means they skip stage 2. And they just give you. Let's talk about Charlie.
Here it comes. Tommy Tan. Tommy Tan. Love you. God bless you. Be back in a little bit. Cool. I gotta pull that out.
In Germany, you can look it up. He got he was in jail for 3 years before Putin could swap him. The governments, when it comes to personal assassinations outside of drone strikes in third world countries, even they don't like to really do. Macron could kill Candace, but even he's like on American soil, an American citizen. It's still a big deal for a government. So when they said, let's get rid of Andrew Tate, our options are to kill him or put him in jail. Well, let's see how we can put him in jail. And they looked for 10 seconds, like, okay, now he's the treasure trove. He was a fighter. He sold weed when he was 18. He's every girl he could. He was running around drunk. He drove cars too. This guy, just get him. I gave it to him on a plate. I'm not stupid. I know I did. Of course I gave it to him on a plate. Everyone. So Nick's problem is he hasn't given it to him on a plate. Because people talk about my human trafficking accusations. You can look it up right now. The British government took 3.2 million pounds of my money for tax evasion too. So they got me for that. They got me for this. So it's like, just fucking get him. And I just keep giving it to him, laying it up. I'm a dumbass. So, but it saved me, or I would be dead. Nick's problem, and I really care about Nick, is that it's almost like, I have lots of businesses, and I have a restaurant. And in my restaurant, I let my staff steal a little. Because if I let them steal none, they quit. And if I let them steal too much, I don't make any money. So I make sure that I allow them to steal enough so that they feel happy to go to work and they think they're winning. But I am also on it enough to stop them stealing so much I don't make profit. Like, you have to give, and you have to give a little. If you're too strict, it's worse. And I gave the enemy the second strike, and Nick didn't, or he hasn't, or he won't, or he can't. And Charlie didn't, and we look what happened to him. So I'm worried about Nick. I'm actually genuinely worried about Nick. And I think that Nick is smart enough also to worry about himself.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Do you think it was because of feminism?
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So I know who killed him. And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what, let a black woman scream. Most people will, even if they listen to her, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical action. So just put it down to that.
You think that's it?
That's an interesting theory. But what I found even more interesting is that he sat there and said with so much conviction, almost as a matter of fact, that he knows who took out Charlie Kirk. He said it as a matter of fact, That is what's disturbing to me. But not only that, he goes a step further and says essentially what the quote-unquote elite or whoever supposedly took out Charlie, what surmised about the whole Candace Owens issue. That I found interesting. How do you know that is the question. If you are in the same breath expecting people to trust you to be not of the very people you are calling to make.
Hey, really? Commercial in this thing.
You are calling to make.
Get more commercials than anybody on the internet right now.
If we are to believe that you have nothing to do with those people, and you're not a creation of those people, then how would you explain how you know what they said about Candace? Well, let's make it, because we're going to get to all of that with Andrew.
We'll get some bots on Twitter, and we'll get everyone to call her crazy, and we'll pretend she's hysterical, and we'll push all of this narrative that she's nuts with some paid influencers, and we're going to get everyone to call her crazy, even if she's right on the money, even if she gets it perfectly right. Even in one of her episodes, if she describes it perfect, we're just going to convince everyone she's nuts, because she's a black chick, and we can convince people that she's just hysterical, like the Walmart ran out of cocoa butter and she's mad. So let's just do that. If you're a man in a sharp suit, like yours, or I put a suit on, I sit there and I break it down in a very logical, there still is that degree of misogyny in the world, where a man is taken a little bit more seriously with some things. And then if you get it directly on the money with a different tone, and they can't really call you crazy, if you don't give them the second life, if you don't give them the easy layup, well then, pay the price. That's the first thing to analyze. Now let's analyze a couple other things. It's not my job to say who killed Charlie. It's the job of our agencies, which we subsidize with our taxes, our tax money, to convince me that they know who killed Charlie. Not just to say who killed Charlie, but it is your job to convince me that what you are saying is the truth. The Magna Carta says, not only will justice be done, justice must seem to be done. That is the basis of Western law. Not only do we operate from a place of justice, but people at home see and experience the justice. I am giving millions or billions of dollars, or the American public are giving billions of dollars to agencies whose job it is to find out what happened, tell us what happened, and punish the person who did it. Now, if nobody believes their story, that is very detrimental to the faith in public institutions, and it is the faith in public institutions which keep a democracy functioning. We believe in elections because we believe they're fair. We go to court because we believe it's fair. Otherwise, it breaks down into Mogadishu. Otherwise, it's AK-47s and machetes. If you believe you don't get a fair chance in court, you just kill your enemy. What the fuck are we going to talk about? So it is their job to make us believe them and have trust in them. And nobody believes the story, and they're not coming out to publicly disavow the other theories. They're not coming out to show evidence to prove that they told the truth. They're not coming out to stand up and double down and say, no, you guys are wrong, we got it right, this was our friend, this is important. That's their job. And they're not. I mean,
ain't doing it. Crazy. Oh yeah, what are we looking at? 3 hours, 27 minutes. Cool. I don't know how many hours we're gonna do tonight. Let's see what kind of charge we're looking at. 94%. Cool. Big block ain't as good as those little blocks.
nobody believed me, and I knew I was telling the truth. I'd make them believe me. Weird. I don't know. It's just a theory of mine. Strange. And the third thing I want to talk about is that Charlie undoubtedly was going to be president, and he was undoubtedly massively influential. And he had an influence different than these streamers and clowns.
Did you see him as influential? Because that's the point I want to touch on, is everyone I ask is like, you're influential. Charlie's not influential. He makes a certain set of people mad, but he's not our hero.
Correct. I am more influential in the hearts and minds of young men than Charlie ever was. True, but Charlie could do something that a lot of streamers can't do. I can do it, but most streamers can't. And what he could do, and this is very important, he could operate in the physical realm. He could force people to be kinetic. He could get people to go to a place. You think that's a small thing. If Sneaky said, hey guys, come here, no one's going to go. 3 people will go. 10 people will go. No one gives a few. But if I say, guys, I can fill a stadium, Charlie can fill a stadium. A stadium is an army. When you can make people move from their seats, when you can shake people out of apathy, you have a different level of power. You have a different level of influence, and Charlie could undoubtedly do that across the country. So Charlie was very influential in that regard. And when you look at Charlie Kirk and what happened to him, you have to understand that every single thing that happens in the world is simply just an endless battle, a never-ending tapestry. It's like the food chain, where the fish eats the slug, and the shark eats the fish, and the alligator doesn't normally eat sharks, but him. It's constantly everyone after each other in a battle for influence. The media is trying to influence you of things. Advertising is trying to influence you of things. Streamers are trying to influence you of things. Celebrities have their points of view. The label on this bottle, Exquisite Effervescence, is trying to convince you of something. It's all a battle for influence all of the time. And if you're a true power player, you have influence. I had more influence over the young men than the BBC. The BBC said do something, they didn't listen. If I said do something, they didn't listen. So they hit me. So Charlie had influence. And everyone who didn't like or was threatened by what he was about to say, or how he was about to use, or how he was currently using his influence, wanted him gone. It's all just an influence battle. Charlie was an influential person, and that's why he's dead. So to get to the bottom of who shot him in the neck, the question is, who was threatened by, or was soon to be threatened by, what he was doing and saying? And if you work that out, you can get to the bottom of it. Funnily enough, in a lot of these scenarios, people go, liberals. Liberals aren't threatened by God. Liberals like the fight. They like arguing with us. Liberals like feeling like they're somebody. Liberals are the most argumentative, mentally ill retards on the planet. If you put 10 liberals in a room, all they're going to do is fight against each other, because someone's going to accidentally forget to use a pronoun. But they'll all ally against you. Liberals need you, and they need me. Liberals need Charlie, so they can stay friends. Liberals need the common enemy. Liberals don't want to get rid of their enemies. They want to sit and argue with their enemies. They want to feel important. They want to feel morally superior. Liberals aren't out to kill important conservative figures. Personally, I mean, I know they're saying it was some liberal, some guy. Thought experiment.
Maybe not.
I mean, let's look at the Butler, Pennsylvania story. That dude got up on the roof with the rifle, faggot on the roof. I made a joke of it, and he part of the Secret Service, and he just put his rifle together and just tried to kill the president, and they instantly blasted him after he pulled the trigger, so they were already aiming at him, and just some guy, and he was radicalized, and just some guy. It's all just credit. It's all just a lie. It's all just made up. And if I'm wrong, then the FBI or the DOJ or someone should stand up and say, here, Andrew, you're wrong, here's why. And I should sit and go, oh, I understand, I'm sorry. I apologize, I stand corrected. Don't sit and go, everyone at home knows we're lying, but we can't risk telling any more details because they're going to work out we're lying even worse, so let's just let everybody not believe in us anymore.
Let me ask you this, Andrew. In your position, do you find yourself more worried about a radicalized individual or like another group?
I am far more worried about a government action than a radicalized individual. I'm not worried about the person at home who decides to hate Andrew Tate. No. And if I ever get killed by somebody who they say, we found on his computer a letter he wrote about how much he hated Andrew Tate. We found his passport in the wreckage. We found the passport. It's a joke, bro. If I ever get killed by some individual who hates me, it was a government. Governments love the scapegoat. Like, let's imagine a group of people wanting to kill our president. They'd send some piece of shit up there to get blasted knowing he's going to die. They'd convince him to do it. And then they just blame it on some lone wolf. All the intelligence agencies on the planet are currently trying to recruit idiots to do things exactly like this. If you go to Turkey, or you go to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, any of these countries, and if you hung around there for a while, and if you knew the people I know, eventually you'd end up in conversations with people who would try to convince you to do extreme things, dangerous things. And they work for foreign intel agencies. Whether they work for the Ukrainians and want you to commit an act of atrocity against the Russians, like the Moscow attackers did not too long ago and killed all those people in the stadium, whether they work for the Russians and want you to commit an act of atrocity against the Ukrainians, and they convince you that you'd be paid well, and you'd be a hero, and you should do it, and they'd sit there and they try and find some guy who's half mentally ill, or a little bit retarded, or broke, or desperate. Every intel agency on the planet, as it currently stands, is trying to recruit people specifically to do stupid things so they can blame that person after the action takes place. There are no lone wolves. This is all intel agencies. This is all they do. It's interesting because we can even look at Islamic terror. They don't blow themselves up. They find some young guy and convince him to go blow himself up. Probably you got a bunch of virgins. Like, I'm Muslim. I'm saying if you got a bunch of virgins for blowing yourself up, surely they'd be doing it themselves. Why are they convincing someone else to do it? This is the way the world works, right? So,
and how persuasive are they?
Unfortunately, you don't have to be that persuasive. Very much like my situation with the girls. It's a numbers game. You talk to 10,000 people, and eventually you find one. And you go, okay. If you can add in some psychiatric meds, if you can add in promises that they're going to make it out and they're going to be a hero and all these things, if you can add in fake friends, like I think they were saying that Tyler, who killed Charlie, was on Discord talking to his friends who were convincing him to do it.
To really understand the future of our world, our future of our economy, you got to come to China.
To his friends who were convincing him to do it. Were they friends? I mean, who were these people?
Have they ever even meet them?
Have they ever been arrested? I don't know. So you add in a social circle, you add in some psychiatric meds, you add in a financial incentive, you usually get a love interest, you get some girl or someone. If you do this, you'll be my hero. You add some little bit of basic ass pussy, you put it all together, and you go to 10,000 retards, you get your guy. And the guy, in Butler, Pennsylvania, for example, literally got blasted the second he pulled the trigger. Shot at Trump, bang. So they were already aiming at him. They just didn't want to talk. The guy who killed JFK, Lee Harvey Oswald, killed. He was killed in jail. Did you know that?
And the guy who killed him
was killed in jail. So he was killed in jail, and the guy in jail who killed him was killed in jail. The chain, so I'm not worried about some lone actor, because if a lone actor kills me, and it makes the news, and they say the lone actor was watching many videos that said Andrew Tate is misogynist. A government did it. This whole lone actor crap, no, it's all bullshit. I know there are groups of powerful people who are very concerned with the amount of influence I have over the world. And what I've tried to do is measure the risk-reward ratios. I've tried to sit down and think, okay, if I'm going to talk about certain subjects, how can I talk about them in a way where I can point people in the right direction so they can come to their own conclusions, but I don't cross the threshold where I need to die, but I can actually help the fight, even though they call me a sellout. Or how I can talk about a subject and it pisses these people off, but it actually makes these other people happy with me, and that gives me some top cover there. So I can go to this country and live. And just be a A-list. I can just do that and stop getting called a sellout. If the people I've helped don't soon show some appreciation and gratitude, what I'm going to do for the plot, Jack, for the plot is show them for the plot. I'm going to go do movies, take 500 M and just hang around with A-listers. And they go, Andrew Tate sold out, Andrew Tate. I'm going to retweet and go, yep. Tried to help you idiots. Are you still poor? You're still at home, broke. It seems so. Because you weren't nice enough to me. I deserve gratitude for what I have done. I didn't have to do it. I was rich before I did it. I gave up my whole life. And people need to start being nice to me. And if they don't, they're going to see what a sellout is. And I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to laugh the whole way. Because I'm not selling out in my heart. I'm just teaching them all a lesson.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about how you got rich later in this video. But anyways, this is the pretty longer clip. I know that was pretty long, but some people believe that it was this clip that he got a little bit too accurate, too a little bit on the money, describing or explaining what it is that truly happened with Charlie Kirk. And because of it, they're punishing him again because they believe that the first time that Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan was arrested for these charges, that it was sort of a warning to the Tate brothers to stay in line.
They don't know how.
I disagree, and I'll remember to put the link in the description to my Andrew Tate breakdown. But I've already broken down, if you haven't seen it yet, Andrew Tate and why I'm so suspicious of him. Number one, for those of you that don't know, Andrew Tate's father was in the CIA, and Andrew Tate has openly talked about this. So once again, we have another popular character who at one point was one of the most, I believe he was the #1 most Googled person or man in the world. That's right, even over Donald Trump himself. Andrew Tate was at one point in time for like a good little stretch too, for a number of years. We have another person who's at the forefront, who's allowed to trend, gets all these views, who comes from a family that worked in the CIA. I don't trust Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate made the conscious decision, despite the fact that he's from America, made the conscious decision
to go to
Romania because he knows it's a lot cheaper over there. He knows that his business, if he's working, that is, if it's marketplace, if you will, it's women, and to sell women, he knows that he can thrive in Romania, which is one of the hotbeds for illegal moving of human bodies. So let's read about what just happened with Andrew Tate and his brother, and I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't trust Andrew Tate either. So it says the Tate brothers arrested by U.S. Marshals in Miami on UK extradition requests over RAPE and ST charges. Right? Let's see if we can get it to play here. Or maybe
Tools from Harbor Freight are doing
first. That's fine. And my understanding is that this happened in Miami. And as you'll see in this video here in the next 10-15 seconds, Andrew Tate supposedly was caught off guard. He was wearing a purple top, gray pants. And then you're going to later see in the video his brother will also get handcuffed as well.
Back up. I'll be right back. Give me some ice.
social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate in Miami Saturday on extradition request from the United Kingdom. Right, so this is coming from the UK.
great. And then now the skin worshippers are like, yeah, he's one of me. Yeah. You fall for anything. Like you guys will, all you have to say is a couple things about deporting, and then immediately you could just, retweet Tommy Robinson. You're good.
This year, I've fallen in love with online thrifting. From endlessly scrolling to find.
This video, they put a commercial every, and this
I was muted, but
yeah, they put a
what I
commercial
said was
every 6-7
it's interesting
minutes.
that he said this because many of the things that he said about Andrew Tate, Sneeko knew these things about Andrew Tate years ago, just like everybody know these things about Andrew Tate. You know exactly what he was about. You know what this dude was accused of doing, and you know what he admitted to doing. Which, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and play this clip now. He said way worse. He not only gave people the blueprint on how to pimp women, right, on how to subjugate women, how to manipulate women. He didn't just do that. He talked about taking it a step further. Now, I'm on YouTube. Obviously, if I was on X or Patreon, this would be way different. But let me see if I can play an edited clip of what he said here. Listen to this.
There's self-defense. Here's a little move. When I grab you by your neck and you start annoying me, trying to resist, and I just pull, and then I grab you by your neck again. Then what the fuck are you gonna do? Your face is collapsed and your cheekbone's broken. You're gonna do but cry. I guarantee I changed the way you look at sex forever. You're gonna be crying. I won't cry. I bet you cried. I bet you f***ing cry. You're saying I wouldn't cry. You're challenging me to a fight. You're saying I can't hurt you. You're out of your f***ing mind? I don't even have to f*** you. Forget this sex distraction. My dick can stay in my pants. I'll just start beating the shit out of you. How about that? We walk in the bedroom. I start kicking your ass. No sex. No sex involved. But I then perfected this in pimp school. When I got my PhD, we had to practice if a girl comes at you, you cheated, you cheated. It's bang out the machete, boom in her face, then grip her up by the neck. But shut up! Her panties get wet. The machete's on the floor, her panties are all wet. You go, fuck her. That's how it goes. Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, sex. These are the basic moves of pimping.
Dang.
Mr. Andrew Tate. Now, for those of you that don't know, Andrew Tate, when he got arrested the first time, this was the photo that they took of Andrew Tate. The first question I have, like I always do, is who's behind the camera? And this is coming from the front of the car. How did you get this photo? How did you get this footage? And why is it so perfect? Why does it look like that's intentional? Because in the video clip that I showed you all earlier, we saw that hand sign the entire video. Right? This hand sign he is religiously sort of made, but not only that, this is the hand sign that he's even talked about himself.
Cobra Tate. You can find a picture of my father, and he's sitting there with a hand, sitting there like
his father, who chess player, but as I mentioned before, also CIA.
Which is at Cobra Tate. You can find a picture of my father, and he's sitting there with a hand, he's sitting there like this. He lifts his fingers and he puts his thumb, his hand together. I do the same thing because I am my father's son. And I do it a lot of my Instagram pictures. And that Instagram post is a few examples of me doing it and my father doing it. The reason I do it is because when your brain is as advanced as mine, you have to complete the circuit. I'm full of electricity. My blood's on fire. I'm completing the circuit. Tiger blood. Try this right now. Children, ladies, if there are any. But gentlemen, Try it. Try the handstand. Complete the circuit of your body. Make the electrons flow. And I do it because it increases my power. It's a power. It's a power. And my dad used to play that science before I fall. So I started doing that, and people started saying, that's an Illuminati hand symbol. He's a Freemason hand symbol,
Yup.
I'm not associated with Illuminati or Freemasons because I am associated with a group called the War Room. Our group. And the War Room is basically very similar in many ways. I'm not going to talk too much about what the War Room is.
So he's openly talking about the hand signs that he's making and how many people have noticed that he's very intentional about it. How many people have noticed that it just so happens to be the same hand sign that many other elites or people who are in the know, people who are of that echelon, right, all do the same hand signs. This is just one of them. He says he's not a Freemason. He's not a part of the Illuminati. He knows that the Illuminati is a bloodline, so he knows that those people are just ignorant. But he goes a step further. He says he's not a part of the War Room because he has his own group that is very similar to those, but better.
He said he is part of the War Room because that's his own group. It's called the War Room.
Just so you all understand something, let me find it. This is the War Room, and this is the price that people have to pay, or at least at one point in time, to join the War Room. That's right, $8,000. It was as low as $5,000 or $6,000 at one point. And the most crappiest part, the most scammy part about all of this is that many of the things that they so-called teach you in the War Room, don't ask me how I know, are things that you can just Google on the internet. They're supposed to make you a better man. Isn't that what they always say? It's until you rise in rank and go through the levels, and you got to go through rituals and you have to take certain vows and certain oaths before you actually find out what these organizations in the War Room and things like that are about. But one of the more annoying things about Andrew Tate for me is this idea of him talking about escaping the Matrix. Have you all ever heard Andrew Tate talk about escaping the Matrix?
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out.
Yes, many people paid this. I don't know if they pay for it as much as they used to, but yes, there was a point in time, maybe like back in 2015, when he was absolutely extremely popular. Yes, 2015, 2016, 2017, people was paying this. Yeah, people was paying that price. So he talks about escaping the Matrix, right? For those of you that haven't seen my Andrew Tate video, for those of you that have and remember it, then I just sound like a broken record. But Andrew Tate, for those of you that don't know, here's another reason you shouldn't trust him. He says that there are 3 ways to escape the Matrix, right? The first way, he says, is you have to become obsessed with wealth. That's the first way to escape the Matrix. The second way you escape the Matrix is that you have to join a powerful group, and you're gonna play the audio here in just a moment so you can hear him yourself. The first way to escape the Matrix is to become obsessed with the idea of being wealthy. Or not the idea, but pursuing wealth. 2, you escape the Matrix by joining a powerful group that will provide you access to whatever it is that you need. There's so many things wrong with these 2 steps already. The third way that you can escape the Matrix is that you must not have blind compliance. You must not have blind compliance. That's crazy as well. Before I tell you why it's crazy, I want you all to hear him say it himself.
Point 1.
You need to become obsessed with wealth. I can't explain how many times during this episode of human history I have managed to skirt the rules purely because I have huge sums of money. When you have a lot of money, you then get a lot of influence over others. With influence over others, you can begin to skirt some of the rules. So the first thing is you need to become obsessed with wealth creation. I want everyone here to understand something. I'm not a philanthropist. I don't really care about making you people rich. And I certainly don't need your money. So if you think that I run Hustlers University or the War Room or these networks for money, you're absolutely mistaken. I have enough money to live for the rest of my life. Secondly, you become obsessed with making powerful friends, a powerful network of like-minded individuals. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to state this again. I'm trying to make people rich, and I'm trying to make people think the same way I think, that we can all work together to try our very best to resist the global enslavement of humankind. Third thing you must do, and this is extremely important, you must stop blind compliance. You must stop blind compliance.
So there's so many things wrong here. First and foremost, he says that he doesn't need your money. He's lying to you. Excuse me, but let's go in order. Number one, he says that you need to become obsessed with wealth. Let's think about that for a second. Okay. You need to become obsessed with wealth. Isn't that the very thing that the elite is about themselves? Wealth, right? Because in order to become wealthy, or at least a lot of people's way of becoming wealthy, is that you have to be an entrepreneur. You have to invest in entrepreneurship, right? Those are really the two only ways. Entrepreneurship or investing in entrepreneurship. All right? And I'm putting investing in entrepreneurship in the same category as investing in itself. So his very first step to escape the matrix, which, by the way, I find it very interesting that Andrew Tate actually looks a lot like the very people from the actual movie The Matrix. Isn't that weird? Look at that. He looks just like the character, the glasses, the bald head, the mustache, the beard, the whole ordeal. Number one, you have to become obsessed with wealth. Even though that's quite literally the people that you're claiming created the Matrix, they're obsessed with wealth. They're obsessed with control. The second way is that you have to join a powerful group that will give you whatever you want. That sounds so suspicious. Another reason why you shouldn't take that advice, because that could apply to a lot of different groups. Let's just remove Freemasonry and fraternities and sororities for younger people. Let's just move that to the side.
Honesty has always been our policy, but the choir's new.
You have fun.
A gang could literally do that for people, right? If you're a Blood, a Crip, a Vice Lord, a GD, a BD, any of those gang members, if you get jumped into a gang in Atlanta or Mississippi, and then you go to LA, you're connected by way of being a part of the same gang. Are you encouraging people, Andrew Tate, to join this powerful group that could give them whatever they want?
What are you doing?
Because in some cases, many gang members want certain things that their gang can provide for them. It just depends on subjectively what it is that you want. That's a horrible piece of advice. How is that escaping the matrix? Why are you lying and telling people that you don't need their money? Yes, you do. That's a tactic. That's a different tactic that manipulators use. He knows about his image. He knows that if he says things enough time, people will believe him. What is it going to hurt if I pay $6,000 to join your war room? Shoot, obviously, if you're rich, you can provide me information, which, by the way, Andrew Tate has been sued by people who have paid for that, which is how we have since learned that he lied, right? And then the third way, he says you must not have blind compliance, which is quite literally what you're asking people to have to join your group. Blind compliance. You won't tell people what the war room is unless they pay this absurd fee to join the war room that you have aligned and likened to Freemasonry. Make it make sense. Right? Make it make sense.
But cooler. Cooler. Yeah, no, so like, it doesn't matter. Let's say your Facebook account gets banned. Yeah. You can email Facebook like a broker. Or you can go to the war room and say, my Facebook account's banned. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's say your bank account gets blocked. Let's say your passport. Yeah. Let's say you need a Lamborghini in Santorini on 3 hours notice. The war room is my own secret society.
What's that?
It's a secret society.
Like Illuminati?
Yeah, correct.
Huh? Let's put it again.
The Freemasons, but cooler. But cooler. Yeah, no.
The war room is like the Freemasons, but cooler.
Right.
The Freemasons, but cooler. But cooler. Yeah, no, so like, it doesn't matter. Let's say your Facebook account gets banned. Yeah. You can email Facebook like a broker. Or you can go to the war room and say, my Facebook account's been banned. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's say your bank account gets blocked. Let's say your passport's blocked. Yeah. Let's say you need a Lamborghini in Santorini on 3 hours notice. The war room is my own secret society.
What's that?
It's a secret society.
Like Illuminati?
Yeah, correct.
As I've said many times before, they have to tell on themselves. They have to. They have to. Let me show y'all this. So, Andrew Tate, when he was first accused and charged, he gets out. And y'all remember this photo here, right? Where he's in this video with the pizza box. We all know what pizza is a reference to from Pizzagate, which is eerily similar to Cabot Phillip, the person who used to date Erica Kirk, tattooing pizza on his lip. What does that mean? What does that stand for? Why is it so important that you got it tattooed on your lip, let alone anywhere on your body? Why is Andrew Tate choosing a pizza box? The super in shape fitness guru has a pizza box. Why is he in Romania? Because the very things that's been accused on him I mean, it's obvious. We know exactly what it means. So yes, I see people in the chat saying this is the person that's close friends with George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband. I get it, I know. It's just, my thing with these moments is that we give people the benefit of the doubt so much that we just reject common sense. All right? I know we all remember this. Mr. Cabot Phillips. I was trying to find a picture of his dad.
Want to save money on your car insurance? Jerry is the app to download. You will not be disappointed. They saved me $150 on my car insurance.
And then, of course, we have this here. Now, Andrew Tate was what they claim, which I was wondering this time as well, how they located him. How do they always know where Andrew Tate is? Well, you say, well, it's the three-letter agencies and it's the government. They can locate anybody whenever they want. That's amazing to me. They knew exactly where to go to get Andrew. They knew exactly where to go. Let me see if I can find that clip unedited. Let's see. Okay, I think I found it. Let's perfect. Let's watch it together. Because now you all get to see like the beginning part of it before we talk about this photo. You get to see the beginning part where he looked completely caught off guard. Well, this was from yesterday. When he got arrested, though, the first time, this is super small.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, well, God bless your friend. God bless you. All right, you too. Thanks.
And this right here was sort of just another confirmation for me that Andrew Tate is just another character playing a role.
Welcome to Artificial Reality, the reality behind AI adoption. I'm your host, Galina Fenikevich, and with me today I have Sam Polstein, who does
Playing a role.
8 commercials for this video.
He
so
just
far.
is.
It's crazy. They don't want nobody to watch this video, so they put all these commercials in there.
We can get this photo and we'll be good to go.
Closed. Looks like it anyway.
He tweets here, and apparently this is how the feds were able to locate him the first time. He says, "Hello, Greta Thunberg."
All right. Thought so. I got a DoorDash, but it's not. It's one of those. They didn't even offer me enough money for that bullshit. Because usually when it's like that, they give you like $15. They try to trick you. Or $30 for what? 4 miles? Yeah. All right. Well, God bless you. All right, thank you.
This had nothing to do with engines. This had nothing to do even with bragging, even for Andrew Tate. This was about signaling.
Hey.
How about the crash, man? I just wanted to let you know I watched that Jewish video. It's kind of silly, but it was funny.
Yeah, it was supposed to be funny.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's just a little silly.
Yeah, very silly.
Yeah, I hate the way Jewish people talk, so it bothers me.
But see, he's pretending. He's not even Jewish.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He's pretending.
Yeah, so it's funny.
It's even rougher when it's already bad enough when they really speak it. When they pretend, it's really rough. The whole accent. Yeah, I never heard back from nobody said for the peaceful night. Thank gosh. Thank goodness. It's been peaceful, quiet. Got some stuff done around here. Got some stuff done. So what's up with you? Where you been working at tonight?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Yeah.
There's money there too. You might as well stay up there, closer.
Yeah.
I know you'll go wherever, but sometimes.
Well, I mean, when I take Tina to work, then I go wherever. But if I'm at home, then I try to stay around here.
Yeah, you gotta do that. Because that way you're right in the street, you can go by the house, whatever, kind of see the family, whatever.
Yeah.
I work with brother, I won't crash. I just never heard from nobody. I watched the video and God is good.
Yeah, that was a funny video. Did you ever watch that mermaid video I sent you?
I think I did. It's been a minute, but yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because you would have remembered. Well,
Well,
here's what it says.
I'll go back and look at it again.
Here's what it says. It says, I was a pastor in Africa, and I was my church wouldn't grow. So I went to the general overseer. You know what that is?
Yeah.
It's the guy, you know how...
I've been involved with church stuff for 30
Right,
years.
so there's like it's a regional guy. He went to the regional manager.
Yeah, I know exactly who they are.
Okay, so he went to the regional manager. The regional manager says he wants to help him grow his church. He says, meet me tonight at whatever time. I don't know, it's midnight or something. And then they went to a river, and the overseer conjured a mermaid. The mermaid came out of the water, had sex with the pastor, and then when she was done, she took her coochie juice and put a cross on his forehead with it and said, now you will receive power, but you will have to do a maintenance on it. You'll have to have sex with a virgin once a month.
Wow.
You didn't hear about that, huh?
No, I don't remember that one. I have to go back and look at that one up.
Yeah. Well, you guys,
crazy, right?
I said one I'll set you before this one.
Yeah, I might have missed it. My bad.
Because, see, I listened to a whole bunch of pastors that testified stuff. Especially ones that got into witchcraft. Yeah, it's crazy. But I know some pastors that have done it.
I think we don't realize how witchcraft is absolutely real. It's so funny that Susie Q said, witchcraft ain't real. I said, are you crazy? Have you been smoking dope? Or something like that?
She's doing it, is what that means.
Well, yeah, it's weird.
If somebody says they don't believe in it and they are spiritual, then they are doing it.
Yeah.
They don't want you to
It was
think
actually
they
kind of weird that day. I'd want to get me a C4 because I told her how strong they were. Then I'd rather do uppers than downers any day. I think it was weird to her to say that. Yeah, that's right. Well, go do then, Susie, big girl. Ooh. Do you some uppers? it was weird just the way she said it.
True.
But yeah, I think she's pretty happy because she's healthy now.
Did you talk to Ramona anymore?
Not tonight. Mm-mm. I never did call her. I'm letting her call me. It's better for me that way.
Right on.
A lot better. She'll call me back eventually. She needs me, so she'll call me back. All right, my brother, I'm gonna crash tonight and have a good night and talk to you tomorrow, my brother.
Okay, God bless you. Peace.
God bless you.
Speaking to those that are in the know, that this is what it is, this is who I am. Yes, all of it is a play. I believe Andrew Tate is playing a character, as I've said before. He could have just said, I have dozens of cars. I have tons of cars. I have a lot of cars. I have more than 30 cars. He was very specific. And I just put the original tweet up there so you all know that this is not Photoshop. There's even
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
So, when you come home?
Probably after this run.
Okay, I'm making some grilled cheeses. You want some tomato soup or grilled cheese?
Yeah, you make me a grilled. I'll eat a grilled cheese. Sounds good.
What? No tomato soup?
I guess I'll eat some tomato soup. I don't
I
know.
eat a whole can by myself.
You can eat the whole can?
By myself.
You can? You can't eat the whole can?
No, I can't.
Okay, then yeah, I'll eat some of it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, I love you.
Love you too.
Okay, God bless you. I'll see you in a few.
God bless you.
Peace. Bye.
Tate, I can't show him on YouTube, but I'm going to just show a screenshot of the video. I'm going to show you all. See, people are saying he's being set up. He's not being set up. People are saying he's being punished. What he's doing is he was allowed to run free as long as he was. You know how they use it? Like we've heard many times. If a person has dirt on them, they're able to blackmail the person. And now when that person has all this influence, they're able to use that person to push certain messages, to guide people in certain directions, to infiltrate the mind of so many people. This is how it typically works.
You don't have to venture far to discover a world of luxury at sea with Crystal.
8 commercials in this video. 8 commercials. They are trying so hard to get no one to watch this video. It's crazy. I'll be back.
I mean, it's logical to say there is a God, but I don't know if it's a Christian God. I gotta do more research. Christian God. I mean, we can have our own opinions.
Well, that's my opinion.
We can agree to disagree, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
I just don't see how the ark could be like fathomable. I mean, you'd have to warp space and time. You have to make those animals millions of times smaller.
Yeah, but did you know that specifically for all the animals and all the creatures that creep on Earth? I mean, he had help from heavenly hosts. He didn't do it all by
Also
himself.
took him like 100 years to do it.
Yeah, over 100 years.
So there's 1.3 million animal species, by the way. So that's 2.6 million.
Yes, Brandon, but since Noah's days, I mean, there have been some animals that have died.
Oh.
You gotta put that into
Well, not 99.99% of them.
But see, they didn't have to have every species. All they had to do was get the kind. So they didn't have to have every species of cat. All they needed was one cat. 2 cats.
Okay.
One female, one male.
Individual species.
And they got all the DNA to make all the other cats inside of them.
Okay, let's say like 99% of them. Okay, let's say that. That's still like 20,000 animals or more. It's probably more than that, but it's still a lot of animals to fit on an ark. That's not big. It's big, but it's not big enough. I mean, that's just. I mean, you can believe what you want.
Did you know they found the ark right where the Bible says it was? Mount Ararat? Yeah. Yes, they did. Google it. They found it.
They did not find it.
Yes, they did.
Where's your source at?
It's on the news, man. They found the ark.
Fox News, maybe? Nah, I don't know. No, they didn't. They found something similar. Wrong.
Well, did you know in 2024, Moses, he found an expedition, an archaeological expedition went to Israel, where the Red Sea was at, and they dug in the Red Sea, supposedly where Moses had carted the sea, and they found chariots down there, and dead men, and dead men's horses, dead men's bones of horses down there. I mean, it came out.
How did they get down there?
Archaeological.
Oh.
Scientific team.
It's called scuba diving. You ever heard of it? Scuba diving? It's not nothing new or nothing. You just go down there with a tank and take pictures. They got it in a museum. They got the wheels to the chariots in the museum.
Brian.
Hey.
Brian, do you believe everything you hear?
I don't believe nothing you say, that's for sure. So no, I don't believe everything I hear because I don't believe you. Because you're dumb.
Magus supporter. Do you like Trump? Do you support Trump, Brian?
I don't vote, sir, because I'm in the Illuminati. I don't vote.
At least you're not that crazy.
You probably voted for him, didn't you? Did you vote for him, buddy?
I can say I did, and I regret it now.
So, actually,
yeah, I did.
So I couldn't vote back then because I was too young. I'm 18 now, so.
You're a baby.
What does me being young have to do with anything?
You're a baby.
I'm not a baby. A baby.
You're a baby, Brandon.
No, a baby would be classified as like 2.
Dummy.
Those are adults. It shouldn't be an adult, but
it's a phrase. It means you're young.
Yeah, I know it's a phrase. Don't call me goober, yo. Me.
Or what?
He has a problem with Noah's Ark. He's like, how can God, like put like all those animals in the ark?
like that, Curtis.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the thing is that he's young, he's learning. So he's a baby believer.
Wait, he believes? What do you mean? You don't believe in Noah's Ark?
Everybody just wants to learn.
Well, it's just like why guys go play football. They go out and rather they play football because they got pride. They want to prove they're better than somebody, even though that doesn't make you better. Even if somebody can play football better than you can, it doesn't make you better than that person. Same thing when it comes to debates. People just want to see if they can take dumb when intellectual.
I never knew we had a nice. Jay, remember that cartoon, Mighty Mouse? I don't know, I think people, they just gotta stop trying to argue with the Holy Bible, and you just have to accept, what God's telling you. See, if people say that they truly believe in God and they love God, stop calling God a liar.
My other phone died, sorry. What happened to that guy?
I mean, here's the thing. Two things that God cannot do. He cannot lie and he cannot fail.
That's true.
He cannot.
We serve an awesome God every day.
He didn't like being called Goober.
Did Brandon leave?
No, Jay kicked him out, I think.
Jay! I was having fun with him.
Whenever Jay comes to my life, I give him full control.
Well, thank you.
Because he's my co-host as well. Right?
Oh, okay.
But then if it's not him, then it's Captain Blind.
Yeah.
And if it's not Captain Blind, then it's Brian.
Yeah.
Esau, I think so. He just hated, what actually he was becoming. It's almost like if a person tells you, but then I still love you. I don't hate you personally. I just hate when you grab the cockroach and you throw it at me. I hate when you bring that snake over.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, God is not evil. So come on, people, do not mistake God for evilness. God is not Satan. not.
But he changes his mind a lot, though. God does.
Yeah, but if he does, then that means because it's for a reason. That's why. Because he does it to protect us, to actually protect us. That's why. Because he loves
I know. Yeah.
When somebody loves you, right, they're gonna change things to protect you. That's why.
Yeah. That's true.
How come you didn't let me go here? Well, because did you watch the news? That's why I didn't let you go.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, my car got repossessed like 3 weeks ago, so I'm out of a car, and pray for me to get a car soon or transportation soon. So
a lot of things coming in place in this world. Violence, bugs, you know.
Yeah.
We got parents eating their own kids, like cannibals.
Ew.
What else is it? That's why it's wicked. You know?
That's why I find faith and strength in my Christian community. My real Christian community, not lukewarm Christians.
I know that, a lot of people, they want peace, they want to be wrong. But here's the thing. If you create a problem, you're not helping it.
Yeah, you're really not.
It's just, you're helping it grow.
Yeah.
If you tell a little kid to stop cursing, well then, why are you cursing? You shouldn't be cursing either too.
Yeah.
It's a good example. I don't curse. And then you just like that, Jim.
It's crazy. It's crazy that dude picked on Brian, but got upset because I called him Goober. It's crazy.
What a pansy.
I heard that name Goober before in a movie once. I forgot what movie it was. I heard Goober and Goober.
Goober was a character on what show was that? Not Andy Griffith. It was a spinoff from Andy Griffith with the sergeant. It was what's it called? Private something.
I'm only here for a little bit, guys. Just to let you know. Gotta work tomorrow morning.
Hey, where do you live at, Mr. Host?
I live in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Really? Huh.
Hawaii.
Is it beautiful there?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm sorry, but I thought you lived in California. That was my first thoughts.
Yeah, the same guy that found Noah's Ark, he's the guy that found the place where they crossed the Red Sea. And all he did was read the Bible and just go where the Bible told him to go, and that's where it was. His name was Ron Wyatt. He's from Tennessee. He was a car mechanic in Tennessee. Tower, you know about Ron Wyatt? Tower? Tennessee. He's from Tennessee. No, he's from Tennessee. No. Google it. It'll tell you Tennessee. He's right up the road. Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
You don't have to eat no tomato soup now.
Huh?
You don't have to eat no tomato soup now.
Okay.
Because
Mickey's eating it.
I mean, unless you most of them. You ain't got hair now, but you want some, I'll make some.
Okay, I'm good. Yo, I'm good.
Are you on your way home or what?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
I'm making grilled cheese.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
God bless you.
Bye.
Peace. Bye.
Somebody know in the morning sky the sun he entwined. Slow down his flight so copper could dry. This is his mother, this magical moment. Hero of this land, the one, the only, the ultimate Hawaiian Superman. Somewhere in time, so when he died in the hallelujah, no way to reignite. So off he goes in search of those who hold the information. So fire could be used by all the future generations.
Sorry.
Deception from shot for perfection. We know the choice we have to get me. So it's clean our eyes through until she's clean the sea. To this marvelous magical moment, hero of this land. The one, the only, the ultimate Hawaiian Superman.
Mahalo. Aloha. Hey, Miss Kelly. The Bible does say something very specific about Noah's Ark. It says that animals were put on by their kind. So I would ask,